Saccos, happy family. It is a great pleasure today on behalf of the board that we are here. Let's clap hands for each other. In this historic event with such caliber, and also appreciate the presence of our sponsors, and also appreciate the presence of board members, chairpersons of different primary circles in our midst, and also appreciate the presence of management and staff of primary circles. And lastly, appreciate in our midst the organizers of such an event. The tone, I will say, it is totally different from the previous one. That is where we always learn from each other. We really appreciate what they managed to put up for us. As the Eswatini National Association of Credit Unions, we have the Indaba 2024. This is an event that started in 2016 to refresh our memory. It has been a yearly event until it was noted that it is quite an expensive event to host. Then it turned to be a biannual event. Why this event? This event precedes our annual general meeting, where we discuss issues that have a direct impact to each and every Sacco in the kingdom, or each and every Liswati in the kingdom. So part of these discussions that will be here form part of the annual general meeting resolution. So this event is very, very important. It is a Sacco member because we are doing what? Using digitalization. Wherever they are, we are able to reach them. It is a task for each and every Sacco member to ensure that in a Sacco, daily, you have someone, a new member, daily. It means the growth, 365 members per annum shall be ensured if that is being done. So digitalization is going to ensure that we do that. But as we digitalize, we cannot ignore compliance. Compliance is quite critical to ensure that the Saccos grow to be viable businesses. Thus, we have our partners who are going to assist us. May I conclude by saying, let us converse as much as we can. Let us learn from each other. If we come here, at least we have one take home, each and every one of us. It is not just a gathering for us to relax. They say board members are eaters of members' money. But we are here for the sake of taking the information and ensure that it cascades back to the institution where we come from. May I welcome each and every one of us here. I guess restrooms are that side where we will want, and we've been directed, the organizers, if you happen to have a challenge. And may I also emphasize that outside we have 977 who is going to be with us. If you happen to have something that is not good probably for your body and the body is reacting, they may assist while you are preparing. Do not die in silos. That's why we are here. Together, we are going to ensure this is a successful event. Thank you very much.
A round of applause once again, please. Thank you very much, President. We really get that courage from the words that you have just spoken, which gives us the sort of the highlights and the direction of the event. At this juncture, may I call upon the Commissioner of Cooperative to come and make their remarks. Thank you. Let's just encourage him to come.
Good morning. It's unfortunate that the program director didn't introduce me. My name is Russell Ngumalo, who is the Commissioner for Cooperatives. Firstly, I'd like to apologize on behalf of the Minister. He won't be joining us today. Something has held him up. To the program director, Your Excellency, Ambassador of China, representatives of development partners, ESASCCO board members, government officials, Sacco members, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. It is a great honor for me to be part of this important Sacco's event. I am excited to see such a large gathering of cooperators, specifically in the Sacco space. This shows that cooperatives are indeed playing a huge role in ensuring access to finance for quite a number of Yemaswati. This financial inclusion is very key in economic growth. It is therefore essential for SACCOs to comply with the Cooperative Societies Act and all other relevant statutes. It is imperative that SACCOs should always practice good governance so as not to lose their mandate and continuously deliver exceptional services to the members. The essence of any SACCO is the meaningful development of the livelihoods of their members. Fellow cooperators, this year's theme is promoting a transformative approach of SACCO growth through digitalization and compliance, which actually resonates well with the department's initiatives towards the effective use of technology. The theme comes at the right time when conducting SACCO business in the 21st century requires quick flow of information and services between the co-op and its members. Therefore, adopting technology will assist SACCOs to respond to the market and economic dynamics of the time. Cooperators, as a department, we are also pleased to remind you that the Cooperative Societies Amendment Act 2023 was promulgated on October 13, 2023. May I highlight that this act is read as one with the Co-op Societies Act of 2003, which is the principal act. Hence, you are urged to observe all the changes and you are expected to align your bylaws and policies with the act promptly. Please note that the act supersedes your bylaws and policies, meaning that as from the date of promulgation, the term of office is now 3 years, to name just one amendment. The department, subject to other laws, continues to promote, register, develop, regulate, monitor, and audit all types of co-ops. Therefore, you are advised to work closely with us in guaranteeing a conducive environment for the growth and sustainability of the Sacco sector, as well as the entire co-op movement. Ladies and gentlemen, digitization is also a priority area within government. On that note, may I also inform you that the department is tirelessly working on a number of digital initiatives, including reviving the Cooperative Data Analysis System, CODAS, which provides for the production of real-time statistics that are credible. We're also working on online registration of cooperatives, which will be a new feature in the continued decentralization of our services. These are both short-term and long-term goals. I'd like to remind you that matters of data submission are addressed in the amended Act, and all co-ops are expected to comply in furnishing such data as may be required to the department and apex cooperatives for such reasons as may be prescribed. In conclusion, may I wish you fruitful deliberations as you try to forge a way forward in ensuring effective socio-economic development of Yemaswati. I look forward to continuous and positive collaborations within the Sacco sector. Ngicela sithi ngikwe with digitalizing the movement and complying with relevant statutes. Thank you.
A round of applause once again, please. Apologies, Commissioner, for the missing of that proper introduction. But we really appreciate the words that are coming from the Commissioner, and more especially that of reviving of quotas and the challenge that you have put to us of Nkwe. We really accept the challenge as SACCOs, and we will take it up ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ, we are getting into the presentations. I would love to introduce the first presenter, who shall be addressing us on embracement of the co-op principle of cooperation among cooperators. You can she started. Yes, she is the CEO of Lubane Sacco. Continue, sir. Please. Okay. She is the CEO of, unfortunately, technology has become technical. Yes. She started her career at Lubane Sacco as an accountant. She is a qualified registered accountant in Eswatini. She is the secretary of the Global Women Leadership Network in Africa. She is the vice chairperson of the Women Leadership Network SADC region. She is the chairperson of Eswatini Sister Society. She is an international credit union development educator, IQ'd. She is also the African Development Educator, ADE. She holds a master's degree in business administration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kuku Vlagati with a round of applause to the podium.
Good morning, cooperators. Good morning, cooperators. I was hoping the EM will meet the ladies halfway. It is difficult for us to climb these stairs. Next time, please do so, Babi. Okay, some other things are ordained in the spiritual realm. I didn't know that I am a software developer. From today, I know. Yeah, I am taking it, I receive. If you bring good things to me, I receive. As introduced, though my name was Tenele, I'm not anywhere near that name. My name is Gugu Vilagati, the CEO of Lubane Sacco. And mine is very easy. I've been tasked to come here and unpack cooperative principle number 6. I don't know whether the pointer is working. It is. Babe, can you please move? That's the table of content. I'm being challenged with mics and all the likes. That's what I'm going to talk about. In the interest of time, I hope I'm now on slide number 3, which is the onion structure. While I was sitting there, I noticed something funny here. I think the podium was supposed to be somewhere there so that you can see exactly what is happening behind you. Right now, I don't know what is happening. Maybe you are putting funny pictures and some of you will be dancing. Okay, this is the onion structure. Babe, can you please go ahead? For the benefit of those who doesn't know or who are new in the cooperative movement, we have something in the movement that is called the onion structure. When speaking of an onion structure, we mean it looks like an onion. That is why they say it's an onion structure. If you unpack the layers, you see something new, something new. Do you have a movable mic? Just to bring the vibe in this room, it looks like we're in a memorial. We're not in a memorial here. My mother was a cooperator, my father was a cooperator, that's why I'm a cooperator, I'm a cooperator, I'm a cooperator. My mom was a cooperator, my father was a cooperator, that's why I'm a cooperator, I'm a cooperator, I'm a cooperator. Okay, thank you very much. Babe Commissioner, we are not here to bury the cooperatives. We are here to revive them. That is why we need some vibe here. Okay, when looking at the onion structure, from here, which is the core, there is a member. A member, it's us. There cannot be a Sacco without a member. We start by having a member. After a member, we come to Saccos. Saccos, they affiliate to ESASCCO. You cannot do anything as a Sacco without affiliating to ESASCCO. If there are people here who do not affiliate to ESASCCO, I'm not sure whether that can be possible, Madam President. It can be a shame because they will be missing a lot. We need to affiliate to ESASCCO. And then ESASCCO, they affiliate to ACOSCA. From here, we charge members' dues. The dues that we charge to our members, part of those dues, they go to ESASCCO. In fact, we call it subscriptions from our Sacco level. And then we take those subscriptions to ESASCCO as dues. ESASCCO, they will take a portion of that amount to ACOSCA. They also subscribe with ACOSCA. ACOSCA will take a portion of that amount to WOCO. They also subscribe at WOCO. The benefit of subscribing to those, whatever houses, or bodies. Thank you very much, President. You know it better than I do. The benefit of affiliating to those, it makes things easier for you as a Sacco. May I please request those who are DEs here to rise up, please. All the DEs in the house, can you please stand up? If you know yourself that you are a DE, don't hesitate, Babe Kwebu. You are a DE. Okay, you start by being a DE before you become an advanced DE. I'm talking about DEs. if you are a DE. No, don't worry, if you are an advanced, you are an advanced, but I want DEs here. Babe EM, just look at these people here in the house. Those are your resources. Should you need anything for this movement, you contact these people. These people are skilled. They know everything about the Sacco movement. Do not go outside and hire people to come and present here. These are your presenters, including yourself. I know you are a DE. Thank you very much. Can we move on? Okay, this is the principle. Can you move on, Babe, on the principle of cooperatives? This is cooperation amongst cooperators. It only means this. But what I picked was this. Working together through local, I will end here, through local structures. Working together through ESASCCO. If we work together through ESASCCO, we are going to achieve a lot. Madam President said here we need to have at least 356 members per year. You cannot have those members if you work alone. You need to work through ESASCCO. ESASCCO is going to give you all the channels to achieve this membership growth. Can you move on, Babe? They gave me only 10 minutes here. Okay, if we work together, there is cooperation amongst cooperators. It means that we share platforms. These are the platforms that we can share. Innovation. You cannot embrace innovation if you work alone. But if you work through ESASCCO, ESASCCO is going to bring all the possible innovation measures that she knows to us, and then we go ahead. But ESASCCO it's being innovative. It's because you affiliate to ESASCCO. And then we are going to achieve good member services. If we come together, let me just make an example. I come together as Sacco A with Sacco B. I don't have the infrastructure. Sacco B has got all the things, technological things that is needed to satisfy my members' needs. I will ride on that particular Sacco's platform. And my members' army will be serviced in a very good way, just for collaborating with Sacco B. Nisabani, come together and work together. Financial inclusion, we are going to make it possible. There are those Saccos down there in the rural areas. People are not banked down there. But then as long as we collaborate, we are going to bring together the unbanked and make sure that we move together as Saccos. Then tomorrow, Badawuti, Eswatini is the best country when it comes to Saccos. Don't you want to achieve that status in the SADC region? Maybe we've already achieved it, but don't you want to achieve it in the continental region? Yes, we can, as long as we work together. I'm bringing my slogan to this platform now. And then we're going to reduce cost. If we work together, it's possible. In terms of the collaboration, there are so many things there that we can do. You are going to get this presentation, and then you are going to page through and see those skills. Skills you are going to ensure that you use other people's skills if you are together. Can you go to the next slide, Babe? Again. Please tap again. Again and again. Thank you so much. Much as I have spoken about the advantages of sharing platforms, it is true, there are disadvantages. When talking of disadvantages, you find that customization is limited. You will want to customize your products, but then you'll be limited because maybe the other Sacco will be in forefront when it comes to that, and you will be left behind. And then there will be adoption challenges. You find that you want to adopt this thing of collaboration, but there is resistance, and some of us have, I will use this word, I'm sorry to use it, will bring our egos in the collaboration, and then it will stall the progress. Data privacy in terms of exposure, it can be there. However, I have put the solutions here. You can do verification, you can do monitoring, risk monitoring, and then the data privacy scores. You can do all these things in order for you to limit data exposure. Coming to the context of Eswatini, what SACCOs can do in terms of collaboration. We are still on principle number 6, which is cooperation amongst cooperators. It is possible, as SACCOs in the country, we can collaborate in terms of systems. We know, I'm not going to promote any system here, but we know that there are capable systems out there, but we can collaborate. Systems are very expensive. If we come together and acquire that system, we can go a long mile in terms of servicing our members. We can also share office space. You find that some other SACCOs are still using the banking halls. If I am a SACCO in Mbabane, and then my members are spread throughout the country, my members are in Mhlume, we still believe in hard cash. Why would I want my members to come to Mbabane for cash instead of using a SACCO that is based at Mhlume? Let us collaborate. It is possible. I can use your banking hall at Mhlume to service my members as long as I want to cooperate with another SACCO. Coming to human resource, we can use the skills I have shown here. There are so many skills here. We can use those skills, train our members through the usage of those other managers and board of directors amongst ourselves. We can also do training and mentorship programs. There is something that is very simple. If you see that SACCO A has got a very good accountant, you can bring your accountant to that SACCO as a mentorship program. They are going to mentor that particular accountant or whosoever from your SACCO. We are collaborating amongst each other. We call it training on the job. It is possible. Even as CEOs, we can mentor each other. If you see that that particular CEO has got a skill that I need, I can go to that particular CEO and acquire that skill through partnership. Insurance, credit, etc., and investment opportunities. You know, they say if you come together, you have a bargaining power. Madam President, why do you allow us to go to these investment houses, individuals, to negotiate better interest rates? Why don't we come as a movement and say, I have got so much SACCOs, they've got so much money. Can you give them better interest rate? We can do it as long as we collaborate. Lastly, this one is not nice, but it is very useful. For those of us who believe in amalgamation, which is merging, it is easier to do this. I will tell you something. They said I come from Lubane, I don't know. We merged some other time with a certain so-called SACCO. They were operating in their space. That was 2010. Operating in their space, they came to us and told us that we are tired of working all by ourselves. In fact, we merged with 2. At the end of the day, we don't see ourselves growing. How can you help us? We said it is easier. We worked on a proposal, we put it on their table. They accepted that proposal, both of them. We took them on board. That is how we opened our bond. We had those 2 companies coming on board, giving us source deduction. It is easier. Just look for somebody whom you think you can merge with. Go to those SACCOs, talk, agree, and then we merge. If we work together, we are going to achieve a lot. These are the benefits of merging. The last one which I like, it's sustainability. If you merge, you are guaranteed sustainability. We have seen ailing SACCOs around the country. Why are they ailing whilst we are there? If you see a SACCO ailing, just go to Madam President and tell her this one is ailing, but I don't want the SACCO to die whilst I am here. I think this brings my presentation to the end. We are going to see each other in the plenary session. I thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for my CEO, Kuku. Thank you so much. As for the amalgamation, we really take that challenge, and I hope that we are really getting into taking that serious. You said down earlier, I wanted to know if there will be any questions from the floor. Just two questions from the floor as we prepare for our break. Do we have any questions, clarifications, maybe comments? Yes.
Sibonge babe mphathi luhlelo, sibonge nakulo sipresentele ngwakankosi sibongo mine. Kuyangishiya kancane babe kwami akusiko nembuto kepha ukuthi khalela nje ukuthi asifani kakhulu. Sine labayuthola sabe sesiphuma ngerusese wathiwa lo sofikela kufunza sewulungile kuyowelusa. Ngasina kuchazwa lamaphuzu angafakwa nalesi Swati babe mbekele tihlokwana letingephasi setingafakwa ngesingisi. Ngoba ngikubambile nje ukuthi kufuna nihlangane nibe ngumthamo lomkhulu, kodwa ke nase kuchazwa lokunye uyabona nje igama lokukhulumile nyalo angilathi nesilishoni. Lela mistake amalgamation yinto lenjalo. So kutasishiya sine labanye kani siyafuna nasi lokuthotetela babe sibambe sitokhulisa. Bengisike ngidawubuta lo mbuto kumake ukuthi ngabe sendanjani lesikhathi uthola ukuthi yakakho isakho iyantengantenga. Mana basakubambisa lobo makhelwane kunekuthi bakubambise bathatha lamalunga akho bawasoma engale ngakubo usho sivele bakucinzetela phasi ubese kuthiwani ke lapho kani phela simunye.
Siyabonga. I think your point is taken. You would love to have another question before you can respond? Okay. Can we have any other comment, question? Noma ke lo munye umbuto Lesta ungathi emalunga asanele kuwona lona CEO.
Siyabonga baba. Babe Dlamini, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu Nkosi nami ngwakaDlamini. Yes, sesitayiteke egumeni. Uma ngabe kwentekile ukuthi isakho yakho iyantengantenga, lo ailing lokuntengantenga. Nakwentekile ubuke uyati sive ngayo ukuthi ailing usho ukuthini. Makwenteka intengantenga isakho yakho, phela umfana lo ngakhali ufela embelekweni. Mangabe wena singakwadi ukuthi uyakhala, laba labangantengantengi vele batobona umfahluphekile, bacabange ukuthi uhluphekile kanti ngumfana wakho. Phumele baleni babe. Usho ukuthi senginenkinga la ningangisita kanjani. Kusitana ke akusiko lokuthi lamasakho lakaphefumula kangconywana athathe labantu abakho. Ngilokufuna lesizathu. Ngoba sikhona sizathu. Nalanka laphefumula kangconywana kavelanga nje aphefumula. Aqala nawo entasakuba avuka. Batakutshela ukuthi bavuka kanjani. Indlela imelula ke babi. Affiliated to ESASCCO. Now affiliated to ESASCCO uvela uqonze khona. Usho ukuthi kubhlungu la nala singaboni khona thina. Laba baka ESASCCO batase bayakugceba. It is possible kungenteka.
Siyabonga CEO. Siyethemba ukuthi emalunga avile la cha kuyabonakala ukuthi emalunga anokwenetiseka ngathi noma sekajake ngale yini into kanjeni. At this juncture malunga kunelitiya leli khona lapha labasilungisele lona. Ngidawucela ukuthi libhodi netivakashi tethu tisithele la ngesancele sami diyothola ngakhona. And esteem Sacco members ndawucela ukuthi asithele ngala ngesekudla sami ngale kukhona lokukhona kwakabo lokukhona lokunye ngale. Siyabonga. Ngicabanga ukuthi lesikhathi nasingathatha nje 15 minutes malunga. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kutawube kulungile. Siyabonga malunga. Sengicalile kubala 15 minutes. Yes. 25 past siyabuya sesehole.
Uma kanike sibonile namengameli wayokele inhlangano yaka ESASCCO naye ke ukhulumile wabeka ngebumcoka badoke leti inhlangano kanti kunengakhulu lesatakufunza kunengakhulu lesataklalela malangeni lamahle ungacabangi ukuthi wena akukuthini cishe onke ke Yemaswati ati joinile tona ke inhlangano telibanjiswano and lokho kumcoka kakhulu kithi sinyuke Yemaswati kulesikhathi samanje sitawuya khona ke ekhefini njengoba nalana sisathathe yona ke ibreak lencane kepha wena ngwane lomuhle uchubeke uhlale uthi namba ngoba bona wakho njengoba sitawuchubeka sikusakatele live on channel Yemaswati television and also on social media ya channel Yemaswati lokusho ukuthi ke channel Yemaswati YouTube kanye ke na Facebook. Siyabonga malangeni lamahle nichubeke nihlanganisane kanye nathi.
Iya bang, Nawushutha lapha kuphela bukhali.
Saccos, happy family. It is a great pleasure today on behalf of the board that we are here. Let's clap hands for each other. Indeed, this is an event that we always look forward to be in it. I have some few words just to remark or to welcome each and everyone in our midst. May I start with welcoming the Commissioner of Cooperatives and the department in our midst, and also our partners. I will not want to mention them without having them documented down because I may miss. When you miss, it's where conversations begin. I will not want to begin this historic event with such caliber. And also appreciate the presence of our sponsors, and also appreciate the presence of board members, chairpersons of different primary SACCOs in our midst, and also appreciate the presence of management and staff of primary SACCOs. And lastly, appreciate in our midst the organizers of such an event. The tone, I will say, it is totally different from the previous one. That is where we always learn from each other. We really appreciate what they managed to put up for us. As the Eswatini National Association of Credit Unions, we have the Indaba 2024. This is an event that started in 2016 to refresh our memory. It has been a yearly event until it was noted that it is quite an expensive event to host. Then it turned to be a biannual event. Why this event? This event precedes our annual general meeting where we discuss issues that have direct impact to each and every Sacco in the kingdom or each and every Liswati in the kingdom. So part of these discussions that will be here form part of the annual general meeting resolution. So this event is very, very important. It is under this theme which says promoting transformative approach to growth through digitalization and compliance. Those are our main items that we'll be discussing. In our midst, we have got highly skilled individuals who are going to assist us in ensuring that we really see the need. If someone brings light into the room or brings a gadget into the room, we may not appreciate the gadget, but we will need someone to explain why this gadget, what are the benefits, until you appreciate the significance of that gadget. That's why when we talk of digitalization, we will want, this will ensure where is being achieved. Every Liswati will become a Sacco member because we are doing what? Using digitalization. Wherever they are, we are able to reach them. It is a task for each and every Sacco member to ensure that in a Sacco, daily, you have someone, a new member, daily. It means the growth, 365 members per annum shall be ensured if that is being done. So digitalization is going to ensure that we do that. But as we digitalize, we cannot ignore compliance. Compliance is quite critical to ensure that the SACCOs grow to be viable businesses. Thus, we have our partners who are going to assist us. We have got ESASCCO who is ensuring that such is being done. As we do this, we do it together. Without further keeping you longer than expected, may I conclude by saying, let us converse as much as we can. Let us learn from each other. If we come here, at least we have one take home, each and every one of us. It is not just a gathering for us to relax. They say board members are eaters of members' money, but we are here for the sake of taking the information and ensure that it cascades back to the institution where we come from. May I welcome each and every one of us here. I guess restrooms are that side where we will want, and we've been directed, the organizers, if you happen to have a challenge. And may I also emphasize that outside we have 977 who is going to be with us. If you happen to have something that is not good probably for your body and the body is reacting, they may assist while you are preparing. Do not die in silos. That's why we are here. Together, we are going to ensure this is a successful event. Thank you very much.
growth through digitalization and compliance, which actually resonates well with the department's initiatives towards the effective use of technology. The thing comes at the right time when conducting Sacco business in the 21st century requires quick flow of information and services between the co-op and its members. Therefore, adopting technology will assist SACCOs to respond to the market and economic dynamics of the time. Cooperators, as a department, we are also pleased to remind you that the Cooperative Society 2023. May I highlight that this act is read as one with the Co-op Societies Act and with the Co-op Societies Act of 2003, which is the principal act. Hence, you are urged to observe all the changes and you are expected to align your bylaws and policies with the act promptly. Please note that the act supersedes your bylaws and policies, meaning that as from the date of promulgation, the term of office is now 3 years, to name just, which provides for the production of real-time statistics that are credible. We're also working on online registration of cooperatives, which will be a new feature in the continued decentralization of our services. These are both short-term and long-term goals. I'd like to remind you that matters of data submission are addressed in the amended act, and all co-ops are expected to comply in furnishing such data as may be required to the department and apex cooperatives for such reasons as may be prescribed. In conclusion, may I wish you fruitful deliberations as you try to forge a way forward in ensuring effective socio-economic development of Yemaswati.
For the missing of that proper introduction,
Kunjalo malangeni lamahle esolangelo nomsakazo we-channel Yemaswati. Kunjalo malangeni lamahle esolangelo nomsakazo we-channel Yemaswati.
Nalokunye ngingasiveta malunga ukuthi njengoba silapha nje ka-channel S silayo. So uzame your posture.
Umhlangano waka Kunjalo malangeni lamahle solosi la Esibayeni Lodge kuMatsapha kiyo ke iSacco Indaba lekungewo ke umbuthano lolungiswe ngebo baka ESASCCO kanti lesingakuveta ke lana ukuthi kuhlangene ke dona ke inhlangano delibanjiswano lapho khona ke bayaxoxisana ngetinto letahlukahlukene letihambelana nalo ke lubanjiswano kanti ke lona ke umbuthano lomcoka kakhulu sibuya khona ke ekhefini kanti ke kuyakhomsakala ukuthi ke siyaqhubeka kanti ke wena ngwane lomhla siyakuthembisa ukuthi ke sidobe sikulethela ngendlela yakhona cishe konke lokweneka khona lana si live on channel Yemaswati television nawe ke ungamtshela lomunye ukuthi ke akavule si live on channel Yemaswati YouTube kanye ke na Facebook ngale kwaloko mina noNhlanhla wakathwala ngiyafisa ukuthi nichubeke nihlalisana kanye nathi nibukele nithamele wona ke umsakado we channel Yemaswati it's Sacco Indaba live la Esibayeni Lodge kuMatsapha.
She has developed functionalities. She has recently completed an NPDP and USB at Stellenbosch Business School. Asimshane Ntanda, Madam Mabuza, as she comes to take the podium as per the instruction.
Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning, everyone or senior citizens. ESASCCO, happy family? They're not happy. Angeva? All protocol observed. So initially, the office was invited. Mage Happy Mavimbela has asked that I send her sincere apologies for not owning up this invitation. But however, in our motto, we say successful people, they work with what they have. So he has me as her talent. So hence I am here today to represent him. So, but I will move around, no problem. I will move around. I've been given 20 minutes, right? Please time me. I'm a facilitator, I'm a trainer, so I love talking. So I'll be guided by my slides, and nonetheless. So ours was just simple. Let's talk about investing in our talent. So when there is an opportunity in every entity, Saccos, corporates, and everything else, we invite people to come and showcase. So they'll be telling themselves, but a little bit, that is just part of our, it's a snippet of our presentation or our introduction. So there are a lot of developments that we do. We are saying learning in our space is a motto. So we hire talent, we bring people with their expertise and skills. So now it doesn't end there. We are saying develop yourself. So as Sacco, or ESASCCO, please you just forgive me. It's a new term that I am going to be used to talk to it today. So how is human capital development in ESASCCO industry? There is one thing that is very important. A skilled and a motivated workforce is essential for any entity, whether ESASCCO, corporate and whatever, even at home, you want to hire your nanny that is well skilled, right? So that you can engage them. If there is a gap, then you try to fill or have to work with that person. So if we are deliberate as a Sacco industry to invest in our human capital, this can lead into increased and efficient, and people that become productive. Umanje umuvu are well trained. And to your submission, Babedlamin, I've been asked to mix, so please forgive me, I'll use both languages. This then also will enhance innovation. We are living in an era set a technology, so we want to seize the opportunity that what else can we use or how else can we enhance our SACCOs to progress in this era. Mayenje had made an example to say if your cooperative or is dry with money, why don't you use other means than Gibeli pass and all that and delay the service? Just use the local so that you can service your people better. The other is to improve decision making. So empowering staff with the knowledge and skills is to make informed decisions. So when you are well equipped, you will be having better strategies, planning and risk management. If we foresee a challenge, a risk, umlangeni lapha ukhuluma ngakuthi nangithi ngiyakhala ngesito, then so there's a risk. How can we then put controls so that we can eliminate those? But if we are not educated or well-versed with that, we'll tend to lose members and we then close shop, which we do not want to do that. The other aspect, I hope Uhamba Nami, my DJ, stronger member satisfaction. So if we are well equipped or we are deliberate and purposefully in equipping our staff, so there will be that satisfaction from our, I think I affiliate in one of the SACCOs, or one of the SACCOs. So at some point, I felt like the service delivery, I'm also a service, customer service expertise. So I always rate my experience with that. So get the feedback, guys, and don't just give me that money. Just school me, how can I reinvest and how should I then, use my funds? Then I want all my monies. Just have a conversation with me. But school fees, is it school fees time now? So let's have those engagements with our people. So if we are not deliberate in educating our people, then we'll then waste, and we're not even helping even our members as entities. My next slide, I don't know, where are you now? Nikuluma personal development plan. Yes, that's good. So personal development plan. For you as an individual, you are wanting to grow in your space so that each time when your members are coming, they want to experience you better. Seek the sets of skills that are needed in this time and age. We are now enrolled in the corporate space with the Gen Zs. We are now a blended. We are now talking about culture diversity. We are inclusive of other languages and other genders. Because then when they're stuck, what's that? It's a new word. Go write it down and go educate your kids, your friends at school to say, so that's what knowledge sharing is very important. So we need to do an exercise of needs assessment. What exactly are the sets of skills that we need for our SACCOs? We are pouring from a cup. So how full is your cup or how empty is your cup? So if yourself, you are not well versed in managing your finances, then you are trusted with funds, with other members. So practice must start from home. And it shouldn't end there, it must spread. So we need to develop then, now when we have identified what are the the needs that we want to fill for our people, like the sets of skills that are needed. Then deliberate form training programs, like this one or any other in small settlements, like your levels with your junior staff, middle staff, your board of directors and everyone else, but be very equipped with soft skills like customer service, simple customer service, or a 101 financial literacy. How do I manage myself with so much excitement? And once you then forget about the core needs or the basic needs. We are galavanting. Then at the end, I needed that money to pay school fees. You had to solo it. Then you go back to your co and pay the foot in because of mismanagement and lacking of knowledge. So with that, Maya spoke to other means of collaborating. Like, let's have a mentorship and coaching, and our training programs could be blended. You could use so many approaches, like your 70, 20, 10 approach, which means maybe your 70% could be a classroom-led training, or 20, just a coaching session, or the 10% could be your on-the-job training. You needed to be on the ground to acquire experience that you need. Also, if it doesn't matter, it never be measured. So let us just track and check performance management. There's so many performance softwares that are out there. Let's just track our people with setting goals, monitor them regularly, have feedback. Everyone needs them, like food. Just now, we just had breakfast. During lunchtime, would be served lunch. And when you get home, because I am from a conference, I won't eat, you will want to have your supper. And some of us at work during the night, I want my midnight snack. So is feedback. So we need to give each other feedback. It's part of learning. So the other one, I don't know, where are we now? It's gone. It's fine. So you can listen to me, it's fine. So now who say we cannot do something that is far-fetched? As Sacco, we can have our own academy that can have our curriculums. You can name them whatever that we need through this, the needs analysis. Esibayeni name curriculum ya financial literacy 101. So everyone, so that we are consistent in getting the same information. So have a central training center. While we're working on having our own academy, we can leverage on the one that are already established, like your IDM, E-Court, have a curriculum for SACCOs. If you are a new board member, just enroll, get equipped, come back, and be efficient. Have the standardized training. You know that all our SACCOs, they are trained, and we are happy that financial literacy, it's done good. Mina angizange ngifundiswa ngekusave, mina angizange ngifundiswa ngeke-investor. So everyone else, if we have certification that our people have been trained and equipped for the next 5 years, we are done, and we want to have efficiency in those spaces. All right, the other one is collaborate and knowledge sharing, where we are sitting, Madam Chair, to say, let's have our own forum. Esibayeni forum here to where we are sharing. They would want to be mentored in certain skills, but you can partner with other institutions like the banking sector to say, you know, if you are really needing a guidance on how to manage your funds as a cooperative, we have mentors seated, maybe 5 or 6 of them in the respective banks. I don't want to mention them. So Babe readily available to help us in terms of acquiring knowledge so that we are performing better. Digitizing services, and we can have our e-learning portal. Subscribe and we push, we have 100 of them, so everyone else must have their learning journey to say, I'm a new member, I want to acquire knowledge, then have that stream and Uber tracked at your own pace, at your own convenience time, but at the end of the day, and assimilate that to your family. Because some people, they've got, then when you get home, you're just a different person. So if we want to educate our kids, now I'm challenging I have two blessed children, God bless me with 2 children. They are responsible of their cupboards. The one fridge, whatever that we need, they list. So they won't come to me to say, Mommy, we are running short of liquid milk. I'll be looking at them like, okay, thank you for alerting me. Because they know what they're supposed to do. Weekend, we buy essentials. Month end, so I'm teaching them budgeting to say, every day, Mommy, there's no milk, Mommy, there's no milk. So this milk that we've bought, 2 cans, that's going to sustain us for the whole week. So if they decide to finish one day, praise God, I'll move on. They will sort themselves the rest of the other days, because we must teach them how to manage resources young as they are. So that's what I do. If they forgot to buy a bread, I'm like, okay, make means. What are we having? Eswatini in Sacco. Okay, Mommy, we forgot. Thank you, you forgot, but now suffer the consequences. They would rather have what? Noodles or the leftover for the other day. So we must teach our kids. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to is the knowledge management systems, where we are creating a central repository of documents, a template. I know that in the past, maybe I'm suspecting Dlamini to say, for your cooperatives, maybe you are filing their forms, but now there's e-filing. Let us shift to the technology space. We don't want to miss the bus, but let us just seize every opportunity that is out there. But now, as I'm about to conclude, loss of talent, investors and people are leaving us, But now we can have controls around that. But while they are still with us, so some corporates, they don't invest in their people. And those so you want to invest in your people so that even if they go, they represent you or they're becoming ambassadors. Like I said, to say not only to the corporate world, but to individuals as well. So let us not shun away from losing talent, but however, we can have competitive packages or compensation benefits to have our people stay and save longer. Why would you want to end their term? But you want rather to extend, even if you had said, renewela kabili, 2 terms. But if that one has that integrity and is the caliber of a person that you're looking for, the set of skills are intact, and no, we rather go back to our constitution and revive certain things, because we don't want to lose such talent that we have invested so much. But having said that, again, you would want to have a policy to say, if we have invested in you, 10,000. So we can have brackets to say, you will stay with the cooperative for the next 6 years so that we can have our returns on investment. Or if you insist that you want to go, your family is relocating, whatever stories that are legit or are very true, no problem, build back, buy us back so that we can invest on another talent that will replace you while you exit. Create a positive work culture. I'm saving than to say, all that fear and uncertainty. But you want to say, I want to go there and be the best that I can be. Then the other thing, recognition. Let us recognize corporates that have done well. To say, you know what, they've kept, or maybe they've met and exceeded their expectations. Challenge ourselves to say, if they are not there, maybe they say, performance is a moving target. Once you achieve, they stretch you further. And always we need to keep the goals very smart. Board and governing trainings. Their responsibilities. We also want to invest in our board of directors. Then the members' education, like I said earlier, to say, let us educate even our members on financial literacy, so that they can benefit. Because they are impacting the knowledge to their staff or to their members as well. By so doing or implementing a comprehensive human capital strategy, ESASCCO can build a strong and skilled workforce that is prepared to meet the challenges and opportunities of the future. I thank you. Ngawathatha ama questions.
Yes, Mark.
Ngicela ningangibuthi.
Thank you very much. Ngidawucela ukuthi imibuto nayikhona Siphakameni Sentandla 2010. Ngiyakhumbula leyo. Yes, kunesandla lesikhona la in the middle lapha.
Basicela udawuphiwa ngicela ngicela ningangibuthi.
Sikhona lesinye sandla ngala. Tibili.
Siyabonga for the presentation lenhle kangaka. Our new money is the people. Kunanayi i-aspect ke mhlawumbe lengathi ngiyacela ukuthi ujula ngathi kanjani kuyo, where you have your staff skilled as they are, ubalansisa njani, because umuntu will always run from the other person than the job. They always go for the job. When they move kumuntu ngalesinye isikhathi. Sekukhona njani ke ukubona ukuthi le move lena, ngile move ukuthi soyitholile le value chain, so uyaphuma and uyozirepresenta ngaphandle. How do we balance? Angati ukuthi, is my question clear? Is this person running away from the people in the institution, or vele say it's about time ngoba usikwemukele ukuthi umuntu so uyahamba, so that nathi sibantu lokhanza ukuthi on the component of the higher bodies usithi khanze singabi ngulaba lahlekelwa skill, sikubalansisa njani lokho lokubili?
Okay. Angathi noma ngithi ngivile, but let me answer to say so you feel this person is overly used in that space. Now it's time for them to move. How do you balance? Oh, okay. Okay. I spoke of performance management. So the performance management must be tracked. So we set goals. We have one-on-ones to check, to say, now let's separate work and person. Post-COVID, we are now need to be deliberate about our new money, a new currency, which is our people. You lose a talent, you lose it forever. So now let us just talk about this person. Am I not challenging you, or I have exhausted all the opportunities that I can avail you to, or you see another opportunity? So you want to release your talent if they have revolved around, especially as leaders, we must appreciate the different skills or caliber of people that we work with. You've got 5. In some workshop, a professor said, if you have 5 people and you're asking them, how can we advance? Let us come up with innovations. So when 2, 3 people submit and this other one, you don't need them, just fire them. But no, we're not firing people because you've got 2 same minds in the same room. And so you want people to come up with their far-fetched ideas to say, now how can we grow in this space? Because when as a leader, you will see it's okay, maybe I'm directing them here, but you have great minds, you need to leverage on the minds that are in this. Challenge them, let them share whatever ideas to help us grow as a business. It's you owning it. So how can we advance in that one? So when there's an opportunity, we let that person lead than you coming into the space, because your idea is shallowed, or you don't have that vision that they have. So you want to leverage on and optimize on the resources that you have in your space. So when it is time to let the person go, release them, because now people, they quit and stay. I want to leave, but now you want me to stay. But so therefore, you then get mediocre. Yeah. Thank you. The other hand has that. Oh.
Yes, it's me. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was so much informative. I'm Lindo Mdluli from Taiwan ICDF / Mpinze Nqhamuka Giendega Sacco. So the thing Lengna, it's not far away from our president over here. Like if we have like someone with a very brilliant idea in our Sacco, like be it not like it's like in the but as a Sacco, like as a whole, we really do need those brains, which like added just to bring like more ideas of how we can move like a Sacco from where we are right now to the next level. So I was in a meeting yesterday with Mage Kuku said we are not here to market my systems. So I was in a meeting with someone labor presenter like system yake to us. And then the first thing that I was like looking at the trend of my Saccos, we are the future banks. We will get paid through my Saccos. So because of like Lenangza, because of the good relationship that a Sacco gives to my members, very good interest, and everything is so perfect. So I'm challenging everyone in this room. Would say, can you please think around that space of us trying to move from being like a Sacco to maybe like a bank, because that's where we're heading. We are being taken good care of here, Masaccos. So we have to take the next step, the next level. So on that same note, I really wish we would see like if we have got one person who's very good at a certain angle, as Zamelo Sirumba Angapum like Kegle Sacco. If I say please can that person rotate here, because we need that person. We'll allow her to go outside to enrich herself like through academic studies and everything, but we really need that so that like we can move from what we are right now. I really wish we could become a bank and see whole like through Masaccos and everything. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. It was also a comment. So when it comes to talent, we buy, borrow, build talent. So you can borrow a talent to a certain period of time. To say in the next 6 months, please partner with us. We want to grow in this space where we appreciate the good work that you are doing in your circles. And you can build that skill as well in your space. Like I said, be deliberate, have your personal development plan. This is the area that I want to grow, show interest, acquire knowledge. I mean, knowledge, that is power, but the power is how to use it or apply it into your space. Thank you. Over to you,
Yeah.
MC. Oh, there's a one last one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, kuncane nje siyabonga mphathi hlelo John Dlamini from Masikotulisana. Siyabonga ipresentation neyokuqala cishe tihamba tiyabambisana. Ukhulumile make nge-amalgamation nawe sengiyeva uyathinza indzaba ukuthi sibambisane nanemabhange, but I'm not sure ukuthi vele ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi if besingenda le amalgamation singaba far better than emabhange. So nayilenza bala ingena khona la khona sewufaka khona emabhange ukuthi singaba ma partners nabo, angiboni ukuthi ingaba khona le lokubambisana lapho ngoba sima competitors abo lapho. So angathi kumbe bongaphinze ukukhulumise lapho ngoba bengabuka ukuthi kumbe sifake i-central bank lengazama ukuthi control isibukele nathi sine seta kancane sine le style letha umnotho fast than ukuthi usihlanganise nemabhange lebaba ma competitors ethu. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. Ngiyabonga, my example, yeah, ibese triggerisha that comment that you are making, Babe. But the point that I was trying to drive at to say, let's get expertise in that field where you want to advance to. Like, maybe let us not just end ourselves or close ourselves in this shell. Let us just expand and grow. We may not become a big bank, but maybe a bigger corporate that will revolve and circulate that money in a way that will benefit ourselves as a Sacco and our members. Yes, I was just making an illustration or an example to say, go where the gold is and dig, borrow knowledge and come back. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Let's clap once again, hands for her. Thank you very much. 70, 20, 10. Yes. You buy, you borrow, and do what? Develop. Talent. Just to name but a few. Siyabonga kakhulu, MTN, with regards to that presentation, which was very informative, but because of time, I would also call upon the next presenter, Mr. DJ. We understand that one of the elements of organizational capacity is people, and capacities and competencies. So would love to call upon to the stage Mr. Bongosi Dlamini, who's the manager at Green Pastures. He is a DE, joined Sacco way back in 2006 as an accountant. He has grown to be a manager since that time. Thank you. Can we allow Mr. Dlamini to take the podium, please, as we encourage him to come? Angosi ngeke ngikhona ukuvela ngalapho.
Angati ke ukuthi wenda njani awufuna kuphuma kahle ku TV, but nje I will try. Once again, may I observe all protocol in the house. May I pass a special greeting to my fellow CEOs in the house. Once again, thank you, Coco, for the presentation. I learned something. Yes, but so unfortunate for me because you set a high standard for me. So, and once again, thank you, Mage Mabuza, or Magengos Lamabuza, for the presentation. As the program director has said that I am Dlamini Bonkosi, but I'm a little bit worried because he didn't say my English name. That is the name that I'm proud of. Yes, he didn't mention it. I will be talking here briefly on Sacco philosophy and business viability. In my introduction, I'll just say that Sacco movement is a business, but not a business. It is a business, but not a business. My presentation will also cover how unremitted funds impact on Sacco operations, how to limit delinquency in the cooperative society, future of financial inclusion in Saccos, the role of Saccos in financial inclusion versus compliance, and also how to properly develop the business aspect for Saccos and members, amongst other things. As I've said to you that with the Sacco philosophy, it is that it is a business but not a business. We know that when you talk of a Sacco, the Sacco model, it is not that we are there to make profit, but we are there to provide service to the members. We know that also those members that we are serving, they are also owners of the Sacco. So that is one thing that we must have to know. So we must have to know that we are always looking for the interest of the members of the Sacco, not that we are looking for our own interest. We know that in a Sacco, other than maybe banks, we do provide loans, we do take deposits, but what we do, we are only saving the members. We also make sure that we provide a level of service that is generally is not available at other financial institutions. Before, as you see that, as we are growing in SACCOs, you find that with other SACCOs now, as I've said that we are in business, you find that they also have now marketing officers. But in the past, we didn't have that. We just wanted to take savings and borrow the members those funds. And then another thing, in a SACCO, when we provide those services, we must have to make sure that we do mitigation for credit risk. Because we know that members, they want the money at any time, at any given point. So we must have to be very careful of the credit risks that we might face. We have things like fraud risk. We have read in newspapers that some people, they use other people's profiles to get money. We also have default risk that promotes the delinquents. You'll find that delinquents will grow in the society. We also have credit spread risk and also concentration risk. After I have said that, I want us to look at how unremitted fund impact on SACCO operations. Most of our SACCOs, we are getting our deductions from the source, that is our employer. But it is very unfortunate that there is no agreement, or else there is no binding document between the SACCO and the employer. I arrived at Green Pastures in 2006, but I've never ever seen any agreement between the government and Green Pastures. But each and every month, we expect the government to remit our money. What is it that is going to happen if we do not get anything from the government? That is the question that we must have to ask ourselves. So that is why I said here, those words that are in red, employer is an agent of the SACCO, and therefore not under the regulator's supervision. But do we give them any commission? We do not. Hello? But at the same time, we must have to build a relationship with the government to ensure that we get all the necessary information that we will need. Bayibathi ngesiswati libhala kuzeligijime liyaqobiswa. Lo munye ke sota awuthi ngeke size sidise. Akusiko ukudisa. But nje libhala kuzeligijime liyaqotshiswa. I think if you are eSwazi angithi inkosi uyangiva. Awuyangiva umfundisi wami. If you are eSwazi, you know that you are not going to leave it just like that. It cannot be money. It can just be you going there to their offices, constantly visiting them, making sure that you are building a relationship with them. In SACCOs, we have promotional items. You can give them just as a token of appreciation. You are building the relationship, not that we are out easy. We are working on something that will help you in the future. Those are the very same people who will let you know that, hey, you must have to know that next month you might not be getting anything from the government. Those are the people that are going to tell you if you have greased the wheelbarrow. But if you sit at your office and say that money is coming, nothing will come. So I'm just saying that, I'm just encouraging those SACCOs that might be affected, that please do something. And there's something that you must have to do with those people and understand why there is a delay in remittance. Those are the people who will come to you and say, yeah, Dlamini, next month you're not going to get anything. Another thing, so if we are not getting anything, those people, you must have to know that there are variables that are going to be affected in the SACCO. As a SACCO, in the SACCO model, we know that we collect the savings and also give credit. So if there are no deposits, what is it that is going to happen? If there are no, it means that if there is no money coming in, you might be affected even in the disbursements of your loans. Also, the loan repayment defaulters will increase. Also, the performance of loans will also deteriorate. Also, the income interest. It means that the interest that is on loan that you compound on monthly basis, it might happen that you might not be getting anything from the interest. So it will greatly affect your income. And also, we also have the share capital. There are those people who are still contributing in their shares. So what will happen with the shares? And also, we must have to make sure that we contribute for our risk cover. And then also, what will happen with the dependent variables? These variables, they depend on the others that I've just mentioned. What will happen is that the performance of the Sacco will be greatly affected. You will have a loss of interest income. You will be members' capabilities to borrow will be reduced, and also loss of members' apathy and confidence. Members after that will not be as patriotic as they were if they are not getting the services that they need. Then also in the Sacco, there will be stagnant growth. And then there are also what we call a liquidity crunch. A liquidity crunch, that is when the Sacco is not able to meet all its obligations. And also the members' demands, you will not be able to meet them. And also there will be an increase in liquidity. So asilikobisen libhala malunga stokhona kusebenza ngekhululeka. And then another thing that I want to touch on now, it is unfortunate that I've been given many topics, and if you look at the topics, all of them, you must have to take at least 2 days to present them. But I've been just given 20 minutes. Anyways, I will try, Madam President or Agaseko. Okay, how to limit delinquency in the cooperative society? To limit delinquency in the society is that you must have to make sure that you manage the customer credit risk. You must have to know that a loan to be delinquent, it starts when the member applies for the loan. That is when a loan starts to be delinquent. If you don't do due diligence there in assessment of the loan, that loan, as soon as it is approved, it is already delinquent. So those are the things that you must have to know. Those are the things that you must have to look at. That is why I said that you must have to make sure that you manage your credit risk very, very, very carefully. And then another thing, and then other things that are there, it is that when you assess the loans, we have been told that we must have to make sure that we invest in digital. Digitalization, what I've noticed about digitalization is that there's a lot that you can do. The system itself can make the assessment of the loan without you being involved. Futhi loko kungakwenta ngcono nakunawe because wena lo munye ubuka ukuthi ngumzala. Ubuka ukuthi ngibani bani. Kanti loyo mntu loyo nguyena lo risk kakhulu. So we must have to be very careful when we give the members the loans. And then another thing, kulamalanga nje, we have a problem of people who are going overseas. I don't know if other SACCOs are affected about that. They just leave without saying anything, leaving loans behind. Kwendekani ke lapho ku delinquency? I-delinquency yakhula iyetulu. And only to find ukuthi those people who are living, they are just less than 40 years. Timali tabo bataze batitfolele kubo 45 years. Utsina signs awu Nkosi yami. Naso uthenga ngale minyaka. Asiboni ukuthi ngathi usayaphi le phesheya. Lapha kule credit risk nje njengalo ngivetile as I'm saying this, I'm being reminded of a story that I read in one of our dailies. stating that in Manzini, kukhona lapho lababambe khona la kwakho khona ama bank statements. Bafuna kuyosimelela kahle le phesheya. So they have to forge the banking statements. Because ngazuthi that is the assessment that they make when you have to be given maybe the visa le phesheya. So there was an office there in Manzini that was cooking those statements. So you must have to be very careful. Even those pay slip that we look at them, they can be cooked. Yes, they can be cooked. So we must have to be very diligent on those things. And then another thing, when now you have given all those loans, it is the issue now of payment methods. What payment methods do you use? How frequently do you follow members to make their payments? Do the members have access to their information? Because as I'm sitting here, I can just point to one member. Ngimbude nje kwekuthi wena iloni yakho enhlanganweni yakho soyibhadele kangakanani shoda ngamalini. Kukhona labangadi lokusileti la. So those are the things that you must have to know on daily basis. That is why we are going for digitalization. That is why we have the USSDs, we have the online bankings, so that members can be able at any time to check on their loan balances, to check on their payments. So we must have to make sure that also we make payments as easily as possible for the members. And then another thing, with the payment methods, there are those methods that are more risk, and there are those that can be helpful to you. The first one, that is the most effective one, it is the one that the deduction from source. But I've mentioned something earlier about the deduction from source. And then we have got standing order bange. A standing order, the problem is that it is controlled by the member. The member can do anything. Some of them, when it's payday, they just sit next to the ATM. So that once a notification comes, he or she withdraws everything. So those are the things that we must have to make sure. And then sometimes you find that there are those payments that fail. But you must have to make sure that you make other means to try those failed. I'm getting a call here. Maybe they're watching me live. Okay, I'll move now to the other item here. It is the one of financial inclusion. With financial inclusion, I think we are all aware that when we talk about financial inclusion, that is when all individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs. Transactions, payments, savings, credit, and insurance delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. So that is the environment that we must have to create in our SACCOs to make sure that members, they get all those services. And another thing, SACCOs are anticipated to offer innovative models to the new generation with a digital approach. I know that some of us, most of us here, they are PPTs. Maybe you don't know what a PPT is. When we talk of a PPT, we are talking about born before technology. Yes. So if you are a PPT, you don't know anything about technology, I have noticed that even now, you find that some members, they have a problem even with the USSD. Just to dial *550#. You find that the member has a difficulty on that one. Yes, that is the USSD for green pastures. Yes, we also have a mobile application. To help members secure financial services products at economical prices, such as deposits, financial services, loans, insurance, payments, and savings. And then now, we come now to the role of SACCOs in financial inclusion. We must have to make sure that we mobilize savings, offer variety products for members to meet the needs of the members, nang program director wam lapha angati ngoba lama slides amasesele manengla. I will quickly jump to Swang Intimidator Program Director. Now. Okay, let me continue. We must have to make sure that we also provide diversified financial products, services, including more insurance, more health, more medical, more funeral services. We must have to provide that to our members. That is still part of the financial inclusion. And then another thing, I'll just touch something on compliance. E-compliance in our societies, I know that we had mixed feelings when the regulator was introduced to us. But what you must have to know, with compliance, it increases operational efficiency in the Sacco. So what it will do, it is that it will boost the company's reputation and trust. People will know that if my money is there, it is safe. And also mitigating legal and financial risk. So lapho siyakhona ukuthi avoid the penalties and all the like. It also increases, I did talk about this one, and also it enhances employee satisfaction and retention. How can I stay where I see that it is risky here? So I'll stay where I know that it is safe here. So that is what happens. And then it also drives the business to grow and have a competitive advantage. And then now what we must have to do, another thing that I'm supposed to touch on is how to properly develop the business aspect for SACCOs and members for SACCOs and members amongst others. What we must have to promote is the participation of all the members in the SACCO in decision making. Also transparency and access to information. Also accountability. So you must have to know that every decision that you take, you are accountable for it as a board member. And also we must have what is called consensus orientation. With consensus orientation, I simply mean that it means that it's involving everyone when a decision has to be made, not just to make decisions on your own. And also equity. Everyone must have to be equal in the society, and then we must also have to respect the rules, policies, and regulations. Thank you. May I also make the plea that was made by my presenter here that I followed. Please don't ask me anything. You must have to make sure that when you ask something, you must have to know that you are asking yourself.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ngozi. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, can we also do a round of applause now? Thank you. I would love to give the opportunity to the podium to ask me the questions on his presentation, so that we respond accordingly. Ukona lona mbuto sisibute mbuto nyalo ungathi minyenhle mibuto lesibona kola asibabolekele na Ngozi kude lenye.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask my question. Yes, I will direct my question to the program director because he requested so. Nkosi nathi Ngwenya from Asikutulisane. Okay, my question really is directed through you, Mr. Facilitator, to all the presenters. Their presentation is great and very informative. And while I was trying to jot some notes, but I lagged behind with some information. I couldn't take everything, even maybe sometimes trying to take a picture. So my question is a question or a request as well. Is it possible that we get the presentation maybe emailed to us? Okay, thank you very much.
Sanibonani ma cooperators. Siyabonga program director ukuthi sowuthi asibute through wena, otherwise umlakeni bese asivalile lapha. Ngifilimoni Dludlu from likusasa lethu lebe ibitwa ukuthi Eunice wakuqala. Ngicela nje ukuthola through your experience ukuthi kula ama payment methods la two. If kwendeka isakho ayifaila omabili nje lowavedile lele qhamuka ku source umcashi agcine edele mali yekubhadala kuqhamuke zero kube non remittance ngelamafisha bese so opta ukuthi hayi angisale ngithatha wonke lo member abhadale through ibhange ngalama stop orders asebhange kani nakhona kunale risk ukuthi umlawula la khona like ATM so uphuma njani ke naso tikhanda kule dilemma leyo ngale le non remittance ayikabawa ukuthi lelibhala alikagcotshiswa ibangwe mhlambe dinginga letingetulu kwemandla like goma kwalesikhwama lapho athatha khona loyo mcashi loyo lengeke ngimusho but nje ke sekunaleyo dilemma leyo ukuthi totimbile tindlela tiyakufailisa kwenyuka lama delinquents ngala naso kwathathela from lelibhange kani nangalo komcashi kuqhamuka zero ke vele from your experience nalama ema cooperatives mhlamba ngasita ugcina sophuma njani ukuthi ungagcina uwile eze sakho ngiyabonga nje
so thulile khumalo lapha can spell out Mabuta yena wabuta lo mbuzo ngaze ngakhohlwa nesibongo sakho cha siyabonga Mzomba ngicabanga ukuthi kuleti indzaba leti kanje vele bukhona lobulukhuni ngiyaye ngibona nje nanamlekithi uyaye khanze ukuthi lama retired officers aye ente I bank stop order but some of the bank stop orders they fail for one reason or another. Sigcina ke senta njani lapho vele sigcina si-engage lelunga. Lokho ke vele ngilokunye lokusilama resources akhona lapho kufuneka abe khona ubahambele labantu. Sekudawuthi sikuvele kube sekuzathi kulokunye ubahambele physically. Kukhona nje lo munye lesike saya kuye la beka sola sitshela 20 bank stop order but imali singayitholi la ngakithi. Vele kwathi ngathi sisukume phasi siye kuye sokhulumisana naye fortunately nje kuleli viki leliphelile nje ngathi noma kusho ukuthi vele yasetshenzwa lenzaba ngishayelwe ngilo wasebhangi washo ukuthi cha vele imali yakhe angathi bekunetinkinga leti kanjani but kepha ke sesisothile sengathile nje ukuthi bese seyaqhamuka le mali kona vele le stop order siyinkinga esikhatsini lesinenge ngoba nakulokunye uyukhanze ukuthi kulamanye amabhange ulukhunyana ukuthi singavumelana nabo ukuthi sendena kulokuthiwa i-direct debit ngoba i-direct debit ikahle ngalokuthi yona ihlala ivulekile ide nale date kanti ngalana ukhanze ukuthi kunale date lo muntu that is wanje ngithe ukhanze abantu sebahleli ku-ATM ngala ngakuwe kude lokunakhuzanako lokuqhamukako so ngicabanga ukuthi kuna colleague wami lokufuna kungisita lapha ngibona uyaphakamisa
Sanibonani Malunga Thabile Dlamini Mdluli from Impumelelo ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe kungeda ngikhosi kulolo kushoko mhlambe nathi we can share ka Impumelelo mhlambe lokungathi kuyasisida ngisini bekufuna ngisukume ngibona abantu abadala seba cheke insamo ngiyaxolisa ngicabanga ukuthi Malunga lokunye lokusitako lama collections asebhange akahle nawukhanza ukuthi sitawenda thine from the Sacco side ngile collaboration lekufuna ukuthi mhlambe ukhanze ukuthi ingakhona lokusisita where ungakhanza ukuthi mhlambe mine hlangano la nginale account yami khona mhlambe ukhanze ukuthi singakhona kuba nale collection ngidawubekisa ngakampumelelo I'm using Standard Bank so we are having except for mhlambe elibhange le building society lo ngakhanza ukuthi kumbe lamalunga asebenzisa mhlambe endale stop order but it is the Sacco now lehambisa le collection ukhanze ukuthi nende mhlambe leso sivumelwane nalabo le mali ichamuka khona ukhanze ukuthi nineke niyakhona lokuthi nisheshe nitihambisele so kumcoka lobudlelwane mhlambe laba solo babu strengthenisha ukuthi asibeni nebudlelwane mhlambe lela kunala malunga ethu khona because basheshe bese bayakutshela ukuthi sesihambisa imiholo and then wena ngala uyinhlangano wenda njani uthatha so uyahamba ufaka le collection you instruct le bhange liyakolekela sikubonile ukuthi yes it is not 100% but it is helping kakhulu kampumelelo sesize siyabuka nje ukuthi vele most of the collections sitendela thine we are trying to strengthening the collection department ngiyona lokhanza ukuthi kuyasita nalokunye lokumcoka it is the member education asiwa educate lama member ethu ukuthi lena inhlangano yamalunga because lesinye isikhathi ukhanze emalunga sa shift ungazi ukuthi seya lama board member asi lama educations mhlambe ngiyo lalata sita ema member to yathi le responsibility yawo ezinangithethe iloan from the Sacco ngiyadadi ke mina ukuthi irresponsibility yami as a member is to repay the loan nangabe imali ingakathathwa emholweni what is my responsibility as a member kufuna ukuthi le mali ngathi ukuthi kufuna ngibhadale thank you
Thank you so much Nkosi vele kusho ukuthi kwendeke liphutha lana bekufuneka sisipresente nawe la kwendeke nje liphutha lelikhulu thank you so much nami ngise Standard Bank ngicabanga staff nesikhulumisi thank you there's a hand
ngiyabonga ngivusele nonke endlini suka kasambulelo machawe mathabela ligama ngibuka le issue lokuqale ngayo le lobudlelwane naloku ucobisa leli bar mhlambe nale employer mangabe shothi employer uyadidathela from the source ngicabanga ukuthi singemasakhozi kufuna sikufakeliso lelingathi lijulile lokho ngoba kumcoka kakhulu bengendeka vele employer decide kujuba le line singaba sengingeni onke lama loans la kulama members singaba sengingeni so ngibuka nje ecase ukuthi usenisenkampaneni employer ubamba from the source like lenhlangene bamba from the source and then ukhanze ukuthi to the same company kune union yetisebenzi so uyabuka lobudlelwane ukuthi uma ngabe ukhanze ukuthi inkampani nenyonyana ayisaboni ngasolinye kanti lama members ale nyonyane siphinze angema members ale Sacco and then lokusho ukuthi umcashi utabangabone solinye nenyonyane and the same members of the union are the same members of the Sacco so that is another problem angathi ukuthi singemasakhozi ungafuna ukuthi siyende kanjani lento vele lokuthi kube documented kulukhulu kakhulu angicabanga nje ukuthi khona isakho lenesivumelwane vele sibhalwe phansi ukuthi iyawuba nje ngicabanga ukuthi kufuna na ESASCCO siyamcela ukuthi asibambise ukuthi ngabe singakwenda kanjani because vele lamasakhozi alamanengi asime kuko lokho kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi ngingagcina lapho ngiyabonga
thank you so much for your contribution Sawagcina ke lo Anami sengijake kuyomisa lamahashi lapha phasi ngoba hayi
ngiyavusela malunga ngibongani ngwakamzebele sibongo sami ngichamuka kahlala wadi mina ngisenzabeni nje Nkosi lokho wayithinta yelibhala leliqotshiswako ngoba kuyabonakala lokuthi la kungikhona singakhona kusitakala khona kule source emabhange lala kakhulumile emedem nje la ayakwenda but at a fee yini lelibhala singaveli siliqobise ukuthi ligcine linale sivumelwane lesisibhale phansi singaliqobisi nje ukuthi siliqobisela ukuthi nalikhanikile kusebenta litawukhanuka kusebenta kodwa nalingakakhanuki ngeke lize likhanuke ngoba kude lokulibambile lokuliphepha simane nje noma sesikhiphe emadoda lesingawakhipha ukuthi mana ayoshikishela tandla ukuthi leli bhala singaliqhubisa njani lize lisinike a documented something lesitakusayina nabo phansi ngoba vele kugcineni kwakonke ngibo labasusa le mali futhi ke inkinga yelibhange libhange kuyente ukhansi le mali ayifika umlongi yena athi kahle konke ngile source lengiyona ibhadala lesisebenzisayo libhange ngalishintsha lamaye emalunga alishintsha libhange anga communicate futhi nale sakho ukanye solishintshile umuntu libhange so wente kwakhe kanti nasingacala le kule source simane sivumelane khona kule source kuphela ngiyabonga
Siyabonga baba. Sangiyakusita Nkosi, ngiyakuphendulela. Ku possible lokuthi ningasayina nalabaqashi. Icala ekuthenini sakhapdlelwane nemcashi. Bese siya senda iMOU ke siyayisayina. Thina kalibani kuze kuthi ngihole ubese chairperson ubuta ukuthi bangakhi lo sayine nabo MOUs for resource deduction. 70% of the companies lesebenta nabo basithathela ku source. Kunetindlela ke lo sebenta ngato ukuthi bakhone ukusayinela. Thina lama MOUs abhalwa ngithi le office sathi sicela usinike nakho wena mcashi sakulista kwethu ngabona kungi20 sase sibhala 5 lesithithi thina sitakwentela kona kuba sekuthenini nikhulumisana njani nalo mcashi you sit down nalendlela lenta ukukhuluma ngayo the environment ayibe conducive niyakhuluma nalo mcashi believe me not bayasayina nje ubuye ufake efayeleni mina nawuya kulama companies lengisebenta nawo ngivumelekile kubhaceka noma ngabe yini kwakalibani ngakubhala lapha phasi nasiya emhlanganweni bangilethele amamember ngetimoto tabo ngakubhala lapha phasi you just write anything loyifuna ukuthi umcashi akunikete yona itawutfolakala.
Thank you so much. Bese sithe wegcina lapho umnakethu nami sengicela kuyohlala phansi Nkosi yami into khona kumisa lamahashi. Siyabonga kakhulu mhlambe nje kulokushido ngumnakethu lapha akahlala wadi. Ngicabanga lokuthi ku possible. Boma ke Grace batawukhumbula itolo kuke kwaqhamuka indzaba yabo datanet. Sasithi vele thina tinhlangano leti deductor kahulumende besithi siyafa bafuna 2% wale mali lena besiyikoleka lekibo. Ngithi nje mina ngibala lapho at that time bekufuneka sibhadale 120,000 per month. So you can just imagine imali lengaka nje ihamba imuka nemtilane. My colleagues ethu ke kasinathi ngathi kubo bekudingeka more than $500,000. So thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, let's give our hands a round of applause from Mr. Dlamini. Thank you. Ow. Yeah, you can take your seats. Thank you. Now tell a microphone. Ngathi kunemtandla etselela ngaphandle but siseta ungena malunga kuma plenaries where we are going to delve deeper into the different subjects matter as discussed. We madoda kan ngicela microphone.
Siyabonga program director ngivusela wonke ama cooperatives nekuxolisa ukukhuluma ngasekugcineni kumbe kwami ngaba kubonga ukuthi ESASCCO uyasisebentela kumbe indzaba yalawo ma cooperatives lasuke bese yasuka la vene osebenza kulamanye emave singilambanye ongibhoyisi dlamini ngizwa kaSnathi Cooperative. Singilambanye la kusithe hard kakhulu. Kumbe ngaba kucela nje bafuna bazala ukuthi basiphangisele ngale ukuthi despite ukuthi kusibangela non performing loans believe ukuthi at national level kusonela nale monetary system yala Eswatini. Kumbe kulokunye nakuloku khulunywa ngibabe Dlamini lokwa 2% cha kuliciniso. Kumbe bekungaba kucela phela ukuthi bane ba understand the industry lesikhona labo laba kwendako lokho bakubita ngasidasi. I-advantage yako kulesikhathi lesinaso sema-forgery lamanengi kukwenda ukuthi le payslip yale lunga uyibone officeini lakho. Kumbe nasingaba nendlela phela ukuthi ESASCCO asicelele ukuthi lo 2% imkhulu vele. Maybe basicharge phela ngesipilisi se-cooperative maybe lo 1% ngobe lokhu kukhulu kangaka nje loku-forgery vele thina nje singilabanye sike sabatfola ama-payslip lafojiwe. Advantage yako lokwa ukhona nekumboleka lo mfu ungene payslip yakho ubone ukuthi ukweleta abani malini. You can even see ukuthi imali yakho khona nokuyitfola na umboleka. Bekungiloko nje lebengicela ukukhulumisa abaphathi kakhulu ngala kule management of lama loan. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu ama contribution ma cooperators awu ngiyathemba ne office la commissioner lapha shelter utaba nankwe wakalo nanaro lisasebenza lenzaba. Ladies and gentlemen, ukuluma the previous speaker lapha yakhuluma ngeBBT lo born before technology. Ngake ngathenda lenye workshop kwathiwa uma ngabe lapha go back to school. Uhambe uyofunza technology utoba technically wise in this era. Yes. And on that note, I would love to receive the next presenter from the RSTP, Royal Science Technology Park. Yes, who's going to make a presentation, but watch, I have a surprise presentation just after her that is on the somewhere around the digital or the technology space. I would request that we clap hands so that she is encouraged to come. I'll be waiting faithfully by the steps. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Her name is Miss Tenele Lukele. Thank you. Her name is Miss Tenele Lukele. My DJ, please. Maybe because something you appeared earlier on, so that's why there's a Tenele Lukele from the Royal Science and Technology Park. She currently holds the position of software developer under the National Data Center in the organization. Before joining RSTP, she spent 6 years with the government of Eswatini's IT department, Government Computer Services. She is passionate about data analytics, and at the center of her heart is the girl child in STEM. STEM.
Ngiyabonga Baba Khumalo. Yes. Science, technology, mathematics and engineering, STEM. Sanibonani. Hey, sengiyaweva lamahasha Baba Dlamini. Tenele Lukele from the Royal Science and Technology Park. Ngiyajabula ema speakers lengce embi kwami ngazi ukuthi asakuthenze konke lengikuphethe mina. We are speaking digitalization of SACCOs. Nangkhula, I think there was one SACCO standing out. But currently, yes, now man. Eswatini ngicabanga ukuthi usebenzile uyaqhubeka uyasebenta, but in all of that nathi akumele sihlale phasi. I-digitalization ihamba basically go replace our paper-based systems into making sure ukuthi tinfo tihleti kuma systems, i-data yetfu ihleti kahle, ama-members etfu aserviswa kahle efficiently and effectively, nekuthi ama-processes etfu siyakhona kwa-enhance kahle. Ladies and gentlemen, sitihluphelani ngekufuna ku-digitalize njeke. Angisati kutsi ngibani lotsite utawusida kakhuluma kube ngazuthi sewuyamaketha. I had the idea of experience yami khona lang affiliate khona. They do have a USSD short code. La khona ma-members asakhona ku, it's the Sacco in their hands. Awudzingi kuvele office konke cishe konkana uyakhona kwenda ecingweni. Lesikwendako sas-integrate lama processes etfu aka-Sacco with the digital platforms that we have, knowing and understanding ukuthi i-technology ya-advancer. We cannot just sit back and say, hayi kuyasebentela loku, hayi siyakhona, wotani, phatha sibhig vane sakho, stack service, no. Sitabe sisalela ngaphandle, so that we will be able to effectively replace our papers, si manage ema accounts, ema members etfu, nema transactions ke ema member. Sihambe sifike na kuma mobile payments. Asisakhipha amasheke, angicabanga nekukwazi salisebenzisa lisheke. We are no longer there. The issue of data analytics. Once you have your data there, once you have your data somewhere, then you are able to manipulate and do magical things there for your decision making. Negutreka ema trends, ema members akho, ema risks lati faka kiyo ukuwakhuluma lo mnya speaker kuti naloku lama loan approvals. Singabe siloku sibuka umuntu emehlweni, sibuka nema pay slips, sitawufotshelwa, you miss other things. Unike abantu imali baye bangeke bakhona next service. You let the system do that. Konke kube lula. And there is the issue of digital marketing. Hey, kune khumbi lehle lengiyibone la. Angisati, you'll forgive me, noma yakalibane. Yinhle kabi leyo khumbi, i-public, but ilale branding leyo. That is where we are moving to. Lana ka IT ke siye sithi kuze uhlale kahle. Developer lenvo le kahle. Phinze uthi uyidevelopile, uyidevelope kahle. Develop the right system and develop it right. Bese ngihighlightile ukuthi lana sifuna increase efficiency. Nego reduce ama costs keke, because now you'll no longer be needed to buy your stationaries. So streamline ama operations zakho so that awusa manipulate manually so much. Imagine kuba nelilunga embi kwakho, you have to buta lona imember number yakho babe. Mhlambe uyadzinga kusukuma uhamba uyifunela elifayela lapha ku cabinet. Kunkhani ubuye ucala ukuthi ungamsita njani compared to you are typing, you are clicking, everything is there in your hands. And then you have your data management, as bese ngichazile. I-data yakho yonke seyihleti kahle, it's only about what you want, how you want it. It is customized for you. And your access to financial services. Because yes, ungaba digitalized. You have your system, kumnanzi kunjalo, but then sikhuluma ngema-member lafake imali enhlanganweni with the intention of kuba access to it should they need it. Naso umniketa le mali ke so umbuyisela kuye umbuyisela njani? So umbuyisela amabhange akho. Recently, I think MTN is doing quite good there. La kuma mobile pockets, if I may say. Itolo ngibonile nje, but with your Momo you can now be able to transfer money back and forth from your Momo to there and from the bank to your Momo account, which is what we strive for. And then you have your competitive advantage over other SACCOs. Kukhona ama-speakers la sachazile lapho ukuthi imagine uhleti wena uyisakho le there digital wise. ngeke indvele bantfu bafune kutakuwe kuto affiliate khona imphendvulo ithi batawufuna. And then noma sekubukwa emabhange ushito bhuti lapha ukuthi sitatkanza emasakho sekungiwo lamabhange because we are moving ahead kahle si competitive. And then you have your enhanced member experience. La khona member akho ajabulile. Uwakhathile line akho konke ku seamless sike sakhuluma nange ukuthi uyakhona naloku uyibuka iloni yakho ukuthi ihamba njani kude lokufihlakele konke kula kuwe esandleni emembeni. And then you have your customer satisfaction because tonke tintfo kude amaphepha lalahlekile kude gamane lotawufika kucwile emafayela ebantfu nemililo angeke ikukhanze socalela phasi awusati inbe ikuphi. Now what would as a Sacco you need for digitalization, your requirements? I always say if there is one thing you can do lenga cegela phasi within volufuna kuyenda kushiya labantfu lelenvo iyabo, your member engagement. For anything lotawuthi ufuna kuyi-establisha, for any innovation loyilethako, bring your members, talk to your members. Kuthatha isakho uyende kuthi seyakho wena ulibhodi angeke kukusebentele phela angithi. Buta member kuthi yini lengabajabulisa, buta kuthi ba comfortable yini ngako konke lokhu. Just engage them. And also, yes, your infrastructure. Infrastructure is speaking of your hardware, your software, your network, and obviously your internet connectivity. Again, lapho my Eswatini so ndlondlobalile. I think we have over 10 or over 15 walama internet service providers la Eswatini, which is quite remarkable. And obviously kunale issue kuba nema mobile devices for the access, especially kuma members. Also, you will need to have your skills development and training ku staff sakho continuously. Awungeni ke eklasini kanye uthi ngamcetha form 5 ngaphuma ngasithola certificate. Uthi babe ama PPTs kuthiwa hey biyelana eklasini kunjalo vele. You cannot just sit no ngayithola idegree basifundisa nasicala. No. Continuous training and skills development. Sekune issue ke data security and data privacy ukuthi with everything or anything we would want to do digital wise, you make sure ukuthi i-data yama-member and i-data yakho nje as an organization is secure and good delama threats and risks about data breaches and cyber attacks. Then there is the issue of legal compliance. Yes, you want to do this and you know how you want to do it, but are you complying? Are you within the stipulated regulations labegiwe for the establishment yalama Saccos to say phela when you are handling imali yebantu, you are distributing imali yebantu, leto tinvo leto. Obviously kokongeke sisikhulumile lokuhamba embili kuba indzaba yecapital ukuthi if you gonna talking infrastructure lapha sikhulumisa indzaba yethi silana njena kuphume imali yekukhona kukwenda lokho lesitofundisana ngako lana. All of these things are more or less dependent on kuba nayo icapital. Indzaba yama policies ngati noma ngisho, but then kunalawa la standing lesathi nasi developer ema-Saccos abakhona aba-established to try and kubuyisa kusebenta kugovernisha kusebenta kwawo ema-Saccos. I'd want to believe your Consumer Credit Act, your Data Protection Act lelaya with ESASCCO lapha endasi, libhange lelikhulu linayo currently circulation policy, and your Consumer Protection Act to make sure ukuthi phela ngoba uhleti wena ugazethe imali tebantfu konke ukwenda kahle yini. Indzaba yema-risk utsinzile babedlamini lapha ngidawuva ngazi ukuthi sengiyarepeata. I-digitalization iyeta nema-cyber attacks whereby you have your data breaches, your ransomware and your phishing attacks ushito babe ukuthi kuvela i-payslip lapha seyichamuka phase sihlahla. Kanjalo nagu online kuba khona leto tinto leto to say somebody is presenting themselves as something else just so wena utokhona kukhipha imali ESASCCO ilahlekele. Kunama financial risks lapho ekutheni if sicala sithi siyathenga boma infrastructure siya developer nema technologies singahle sithi khanze ku risk of financial losses if singakanaki kahle, because one thing business in kuba ngule comparison kungakoba bathi hamba uthole ama quotation 3 or 5 so we can table them and see ukuthi ngikuphi lokhu viable kithi. Then there is the data privacy concerns like kumele ensure ukuthi whatever happens data ya ma members ethu indzaba yetimali tethu konke kuhleti kahle. Your operational risks lapho sekuthiwa naye ke system seyine glitch sekune system failure namuhla sidak asikhona kun service sithi asiyekele singa operate namhla singa service ama member or what. Those are the things we need to look at. Then there is also sesikhulumile ngako futhi your compliance risks to say yes so ufuna kuhamba ube digital, but then aren't you going against limited for lebeyibekiwe for ku-establishwa ne-operationalize kwalama SACCOs. One lengiyitsandzako lengiyiциkelele futhi ngunaye digital divide to say kunalaba bethu phela labahleti kahle labahleti edolobheni ama street lights bawabona sekunana ama member ethu lale lathi wona lucingo nanginalo ngilithola kumfana kamakhelwane kuthi umfana mina kashaya embabane ngikhona ukukhuluma naye sithini ngaye when it comes to this ulimember lethu but sithi thina enyana sesihamba digital simshiyela ngemuva simshiya ngemuva or we find ways ukuthi sita naye kanjani kulokhu lesihamba ngawo. Where are we going with digitalizing? Digital identity management kungabe kuba nesidingo sekuthi ngibe lokungiletha likhadi lami lelinesithombe sami leline-member number yami noma ne-ID yami, but letting the system do that so that we are more secure and we are able to effectively authenticate ama-members ethu ukuthi vele cha nguye lona zibani. Our fintech integrations with other financial products bese sichazile nalapho ukuthi naku sofuna kumnika imali sikhona ukuthi sesiyakhona ukufakela ku this other wallet now lata ikhona umvuku accessa through mobile phone yakhe. Your mobile banking expansions la khona sitawukhona ukuthola more members nalo lothi mina emsebentini ngena nga8 ngiphume nga5 angikhoni kuvela eoffice kuwe. Can I have everything at my fingertips? Your data analytics and business intelligence, where you are able to make much more clever decisions based on what data trends you can find. Guma operations akho losekhona ku system. Your regulatory technology, RegTech. Lapho ngula khona sikhona khona comply easily kulama regulations labekiwe, because you don't need to go uyofuna futhi emaphepheni konke kungale kuyakusita kulo system. Your artificial intelligence lelechuchisa abantu ukuthi bathi imisebenzi yethu slowly but surely will be replaced by robots because of AI. Yes, also we are looking at that to improve our member engagement. Sikhona nekuba personalizela ema services abo. Compliance. Babedlamini ngathi uyichazile le compliance. Yaphelele. Data protection. Bese shito nakhona. Your regulatory requirements. Labese aba specific to the financial institution, because ESACCO phela financial institution. Utokhona nalokuthi sengireporta njani ke ma financial statements sami. Uphume ucekeleke kubo money laundering nabo KYC bakho maye basihlupha bo KYC ngosiyami angathi lokuthi singabenta njani bantu bakhala ngeproof of residence lana
finding ways to say, sikwenda njani kube much more easier logo digitally. Then you have your legal frameworks, like governisha ema digital transactions, nema electronic signatures. Sisese slowish inyana kulama electronic signatures, but we are moving there. And our online contracts, to say as a safunzi, a contract longa, we are able to do that in the system. Risk management. Ema risk with everything and anything. You will have your risks associated with that. But the much smarter thing would be to you knowing, good see gulawa ma risks lakhona ngitawukhona kuwa mitigate kanjani. Ngimncane Nkosi yami ngicela ama questions abe mancane nakakhona.
A round of applause of Mromnane. Siyabona tandla tinyenti lapha.
Thank you, MC. Ngijabule Dlamini, Treasurer Slumsan. Cha kimi akusiyo I question, maybe ngaba I comment Magel K. Ngi understand ukuthi usikhombisene nama risks cause ngiyola lamakhulu kakhulu. Uke umlangeni wakhuluma ngeBBT. Si understand nyalo ukuthi le stand saza kusithatha ku digitalization ukuthi kunale element ukuthi ESASCCO maybe once in a year uyazama lokusifundzisa. I don't know usifundisa ngoma kusuke kungilenyanga yayo yini le cyber security and data protection. But ke imistake le into ekakala ukuthi ukhulumile lukhele wathi kufunza awusho sengafunza mina nini. Si understand ukuthi sine la sima Sacco members siya reporta ku membership sine ema accounts ethu. Kuyendeka ene kwavela before kwekuthi yini engimali lahleka lawo through phishing and konke lokho cyber security vele la kangwane cishe angeke ngithi isetulu. But akwendeka emabhange lenzaba leyo ayi announce cause abalekelani lokunye wakhona abaleka ukuthi atoluza ema clients atoluza ama customers, but thina unfortunately SACCOs we have to report emalungeni ethu. By doing that mangenteka lokho kuthiwa hey angisuke lana ngazi ukuthi imali yami lana akukaphephi angisengambe ngikuphinge ngiyengcenye. Lesicela konje ukuthi ESASCCO kungabi no November kuphela achubeke kube khona lokufundisa ngawo. Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga malunga lo mephambi kwenu ngicela usizwe akavulakade Sibonga usuka kahlala wade. Madam Lukhele imbuto yami mibili but utafana next umbuto munye. Ngibuta mayelana ne protection ye data yethu. Ndobekisa earlier sikhulumile ukuthi ku source kune program lekuthiwa ngiSIDAS yaka data net lesikhona kubona kuwo nama deductions. So umbuto wami kini SRSTP because ngiunderstand ukuthi ngephasi kwa hulumende ukuthi why donke le timvo lesti outsource singatlet la kini. Ngibekise kwako kwavela ukuthi kutaba ne data center lapha ngeshe. So why do we need to go pay Mushtaq and data net thina? Ukuthi asinike idata lehambelana neMaswati ukuthi eMaswati abanjelwa malini. What if one day Mushtaq decides to close down data net ahambe? Sitawusala phithini. Why nine SRSTP ningayithathi le program leyo ni develop ibe kini? That's one side. Then the second side kunana indzaba yokuthi sifise kubona umvloboleka kothina ukuthi unetikweleti kuphi nakuphi because angeta kahlala wadi namhla boleka 100,000 nakaphuma kahlala wadi FNB aboleka 300,000 singabona. Sake sabitwa last year satshelwa ukuthi sitaw reporter ku kuthiwa yini TransUnion onke ema transactions leswendako nemalunga. Why thina sinike inkampani yase South Africa lo msebenzi loyo sibe nikhona nini SRSTP la kangwane? Why don't you create a portal la sta kwenda khona lo? Because I'll make an example. Earlier last year TransUnion was hacked. Le data yeMaswati was part of the data that was hacked. Kunebantfu labatiko kusiceda usizo ukweleta abantu ukweleta malini usebenta kuphi kahlala wali. What if lo muntu uyasebenzisa le data one day aqhamuka nginunusela imali athi hayi awusikhiphele information yalo setule masotsheni sitakunika 900,000 because ubonile leka TransUnion ukuthi ngifile mina etikwelete. Ngithi yonke le kahlehle ngithi yonke le data lambelana neMaswati sicela ibe setandleni tahulumende weMaswati kungabi tinkampani letiphethwe ema private citizens lama individuals. Thank you.
Siyabonga baba.
Ngakangihambule sibongo ngiqhamuka kasambulelo sakho ngihlushwa indzaba ya why digitalization ngihlushwa ngileyo nje lokho ukuthi iapply kithi sonke simaSaccos because uma sitawuhamba digital siwashiye lamalunga behind sitaba nenkinga yini sitaba nenkinga education committee ngiko ngithi apply kithi sonke education committee have to play a vital role ekufundiseni lamalunga ukuthi why si move digital because lokwendakalako we move digital emalunga solo yachubeka ayete office ngiyabekisa ngute office ngikhulunyiswa ukuthi sendi mistake ukuthi siwashiye ngemuva lamalunga sithi sine siyahamba kepha kukhona nje ngifuna kubeka scenario mne involve endekile nje just last week kufike lilunga office lithi ngicela ungibukele ukuthi ngikweleta malini ngiyambuta ngithi usengakhona ingane icingweni wena uthi ngiyabona ngithi mne why then ke ngoba mne lokhu lengakutshela kona ngilokhu lakucingweni lakho the reason ngithi siyafuneka ukuthi emalunga ethu singawashiyi ngaphandle kumcoka kakhulu sende nje indlela ukuthi emalunga sihambe nawo ngoba uma singahambi nawo atawusala ngemuva wona ngilokho.
Siyabonga baba. Umbuto wekucala ukuthi why sibestowishe lamandla lawa enkampaneni lengasiyo yala kangwana. Gafishane nje kuye bathi kune diplomatic answer gafishane ukuthi efikile RSTP kunalama contracts with the companies leswakhanze sekavele are in place. Le currently would say we are working on it to say sikwendele eMaswati. Bearing in mind ukuthi phela nabane contract bane contract lesingasiko aware ukuthi bakhuluma ukuthi batakwenda bakwende kanjani but kwethu thine kufika nathi sithi we can do this for eMaswati ku remain la ekhaya. Babe ukhulumisa indzaba yema member lashiyeka ngemuva bengichazile ukuthi if ine intention to do something first line yakho ngulama member because now utawuthi uyachubeka ushona embili ukwendela bani na ungahambi nawo ema member. 2 sithi sesiwakhulumisile kwavunyelwana kwabanjani it's the constant engagements to say sibenda babe at ease nekusebenzisa letintfo leti because engcondweni talabanengi kuye kube ukuthi hayi senifuna kudla imali yami ninelani mina ngicomfortable ukuthi ngitekini ninginike imali nini uyabona. It's that constant reassurance ezikuhanjwa eventually we believe we've got faith eventually we will all get there.
Ngiyabonga Program Director. My question is, I'm actually happy that we have a software developer, Lotas S'khatsi at Indaba. My question is, just how ready are we as a country to digitalize? When you go through the checklist, legal framework is number 1. But what's obtaining on the ground when it comes to Tinzabatema systems, Sisemovagakulu, Currently, I think in Southern Africa, we've got the highest rates internet. We can embrace Lenfolena because remember, Emma co-ops, they don't just exist la kulelo hola leli. You're talking about someone lohle tekaya uku co-op emhlangeni la kungahambe kukhona the terrain, but that person wants to be included in the system. Siredi kangakanani na ubuka wena makelukele. Bo makevlakade. Thank you, Program Director.
Siyabonga, Commissioner. Can I hand over the mic to Ms. Tolile?
Siyabonga. Ngokancamalo mina nami ngisuka kule technology park la suka khona Denel. Maybe go respond kule question yakhe ukuthi si ready kanganani. Kuyabonakala ukuthi ngathi sisemuva. Kuliciniso lokuthi maybe kulesigaba lesi kusonyalo kusesakhona tindvo lesingathi vele ma challenges mhlambe letenda ukuthi le digitalization yetfu le progression ingabi ngendlela lekufuna ngabi ngayo ngakhona. Ngiyajabula nje ukuthi minister wethu lomusha lesinaye kulamalanga Minister of ICT she's very big in trying to correct lama issues lebeke vele akhona la senda ukuthi singakhona ukuchubekela embili lokufaka ekhathi le issue ye cost ye internet kuliciniso ukuthi internet yethu vele idulile silive. But there is something loku senjetwako in order to address logo because vele as we digitalize sikhulumisa internet connectivity and for us to have a system lekatayithanza nalama users of the system, it must be a responsive system. Ungathi nje uyayisebenzisa so press el button uzohamba uyonda litiya ubuye solo uzama ukuthola response. So lokho kutasita lapho because nangibuka nje le digitalization yalama SACCOs ukuze ibe kahle mina ngayithanza kakhulu integration. By integration I mean a system lekhona kukhuluma nalamanye ama systems so that if I bring an ID to you, you are able to verify le ID without asking me ukuthi vele ungixolile yini. Have the system speak to the system yase Home Affairs to say ukuthi le ID le vele yakho. So ngalesikhathi sinalama integrations la sufficient la enda ukuthi even noma wenda le assessment ye loan ye mundvu kube kuncane lokubuka umuntu emehlweni. If you are able to see ukuthi vele le net lekangikhombisa yona, can I verify it somewhere in the background without asking the person or without looking at the payslip lo muntu lekayilethile. Mangabe kune ID noma uthi ebhange kunemali lekayibhadela, are you able to verify lama transactions lakawaletha kule bank statement yakhe ukuthi na imali lengibhadela? Lokho ke kubita lokukhulumisana na lama entities lafanele. If kufuna ngi-integrate ne-system yasebhange, we can do that. If kufuna ngi-integrate nema-systems ahulumende, that is also possible. I-system lekahle ngilele na minimal human intervention so that you are able to assess everything kuvele kuphume bottom line without verify lento kulo muntu. Nalokho lengifisa ku emphasize kakhulu ngolenzaba ye cyber security uyivetile bhuti lapha ukuthi ngathi ayikhulumiswa kahle hle kan vele as we digitalize we are opening le data to the digital world. So lokuchaza ukuthi kunema risk lamanengi la khona le data so ngakhanza ukuthi ukhona lo sekangenile wayeba ngendlela lethide. Kunebantu ke labacashwa nje bacashelwa ukuthi bakhe ama viruses Bayacashwa nje vele basebenta lokho nje baze bahole bakha nje ama-viruses. So as you digitalize kufanele ukuthi ukubuke konke lokho ukuthi how are you safe in terms of cyber security. So lokho kuba part of le solution yakho maso uthi uyayenda. So it must also emphasize on the security. Ngiyabonga, Director.
Ngiyabonga legama lami ngicela kakunene ngisuka kaPhaphamane. Ngitacela nje kubuta kulamhlanje lokuncane ukuthi singemaSaccos are we allowed in ukuthi sibeke idatha yethu kini nangabe sivumelekile ukuthi siyibeke kini le data iphephe kanganani itindleko tayo titsini kubeka leyo data phinze akhona inema policies la khona in place la enda mhlambe sende leso sivumelano lesingaba kanjalo ngiloko lengikubutako make ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Timanzi. Inkampani yaka RSTP yes inayo luhlangothi lwe data center. Tandla tivulekile baba. Ngicabanga ukuthi part of kuba khona kwamla kutonisoma vele. Sicela nivele e-office sikhulumisana tindzaba netetimali in terms of kuphepha kwe data yes there you can be assured sineke sihamba ngeluhlwa lwakhe ESASCCO lothi yena angati ukuthi data lengiyiphethe emuntu ngivumeleke ukuthi ngingenda ini ngayo uyabona but ke li office likhona baba sicela emasakho avele sikhulumisana.
Oh, thank you, Program Director. You talked about the access of internet. You touched on examples of people that are living out there in the rural areas where you find that maybe they get the gadgets from their neighbors if they want to do something. So my question is on the issue of accessibility and affordability of the digitalization. As we digitalize, as SACCOs, we need to get aboard with all our members. You find that our members still come physically to the offices, not because they choose to, but because they've got no other alternative. There are areas where the internet connectivity is not there at all in the country. So as the Real and Science Technology Park, I think you would have data to that one. In the map of Swaziland, I think you would have areas where the network coverage maybe is very poor or not there at all. For instance, where I come from, it's an area, it's an outskirt of Gege. There is no Eswatini mobile there. So with my SIM for Eswatini mobile, I'm only able to use it once I come out of home. If I'm at home, I can't use it. So even the internet connectivity, now I'm left with only one option, MTN. And then you talk about the cost of the network or of the data. One speaker has already mentioned that in Africa, it is one of the highest. I think the cost of connectivity should be decreasing instead of increasing with maybe the cost of living. But it should be decreasing to be more affordable to everyone. Even the infrastructure should make the inclusivity of all members possible. If there is no infrastructure in other areas of the country, like I've made an example of my area, then as we digitalize, we are actually leaving a lot of people behind. They cannot access those services through the digital channels because of the infrastructure. So that means there is still a challenge or a homework. So I would request that in the relevant structures, maybe including the minister, government, that this area should be looked into, the area of the accessibility in terms of the infrastructure and the cost for the data services, so that we can actually be talking about digitalization, which is possible and accessible to all our members. Thank you.
Siyabonga baba. Kuliciliso lelo kakhulu Nkosi yami. I think bengichazile ekucaleni ukuthi Eswatini is trying nabo laba lababili bethu Swazi MTN, Eswatini MTN na Eswatini Mobile. Bayezama kakhulu. I think week in and week out babe nako ukuthi nawa ema areas leseswangetile ku coverage yethu. So nabo they are working tirelessly Nkosi yami. We cannot then say ema efforts abo go unnoticed. Kuliciniso kakhulu lokusho baba siyabonga.
Young as she is, she was able to respond to the questions. I'm noting that I'm not appearing on the live screen. All right. At this juncture, I would love also, I think in about 6 years ago or so, the membership of the Sacco sat down and looked into one platform that they can use, suitable. I like it because RSTP has already highlighted to the effect that something that can be integrated or integratable or something like that. So we are having Mambo, which was selected by the membership. So would love just to have a snapshot of the system as it were as we move. We've spoken about a lot of things regarding also including issues around credit reporting, consumer credit reporting, and many other compliance elements that we must say. Can we just give him a round of applause as he comes and take the podium? Mr. Kamete, please. Oh. Because he's writing on the previous presentation, there's not going to be any profile provided.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I would like to greet the Commissioner, Madam President, and other distinguished guests in the Sacco Indaba 2024. Yes, my name is Mpilisfana Kamete. I joined ESASCCO 2019. My duty is simple, is to make sure that you move from analog to digital. I would like to applaud my colleague who was presenting here on digitalization. He has touched on serious points, and from the questions, we have picked something as an apex. We know what to do now from here. I would say first thing, I'll talk just a background, then touch 5 key functions, and also touch about the Mambo core banking system in terms of existing modules and the direction we are taking as an apex. Mr. Ngumalo will assist me on the slide, but I will continue checking the same screen on my screen as well. ESASCCO has got a strategic plan which is new, which has been reviewed, which is starting from 2024 to 2025, which has shifted the focus on the Mambo side to be more digital. We are moving digital now, members. ESASCCO through DHRV has been working closely to make sure that we are able to deploy the current core banking system. As a Department of ICT, we are focusing on the core banking, which is Mambo, to support it and its integrations. We are also looking at a new proposed area which is touched by the strategy, the data center tools, infrastructure where we'll be managing it. Also the IT security and compliance, which is another important subject in this meeting, and IT project management, and also IT support and user services, which we are currently providing. Maybe briefly background about Mambo. Mambo is a German-based cloud core banking engine. We have seen in the past the confusion of banking and accounting. That banking has its own definition and accounting it's different. I will say it's a different package on its own. So Mambo has got its footprint in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Mambo, it's a software as a service, it's a SaaS service, which is the new technology we have in the market. By SaaS, we mean that you don't need those big mainframe servers, which banks have in their back offices. It means the server will be hosted maybe by technology park. We only access that information through our portals. Mambo, in terms of competition, because in terms of competition that we had recently, it was shortlisted among Infofinecly and OpenEdge and Terminus, which two of the core banking systems are used by local banks, the Infofinecly and Terminus. And we found that Mambo was number one among this list, of which it makes us to say we have the right tool, which it's quite interesting. In the past few months, we were around Europe. We've seen the impact of the core banking engine. We saw many ATMs and many MasterCards and many kind of apps that are working in Europe, which are connected to Mambo. This is the system interface or architecture, which gives us a lot of information about Mambo. I can't see on the screen, but I think there is something what they're trying to fix on the side. I will continue. Which comes with loan origination. Loan origination is a module that enables Mambo to integrate. Yeah, a lot is happening. It's technology. It comes with the loan origination module. It comes with the credit scoring. Currently in the kingdom, the credit scoring was horrible. But through the initiatives of the regulator and other stakeholders, we are getting there to improve the credit scoring. Why I'm saying it was horrible. You find that when you go to TransUnion to request for the inquiry of a certain member, you'll only know if there are any judgments or there are any defaults, but you wouldn't know the true credit score of that member. But through the new credit scoring modules that the kingdom is trying to implement, that is going to be possible now for all financial institutions to have a true credit score for each and every member. So that is going to be possible through the loan origination module, which is faint on my back. At the moment, I've seen most SACCOs are more like they are shivering about the new credit reporting. Cooperatives, it's going to benefit us, as that module is coming also with a footprinting. By footprinting, we mean that what was happening in the past, a member will go to Nyongai Pomuli in the morning by 8 a.m. Because the payslip, there are no deductions that are showing on the payslip. The only documents that we were relying on, it was the payslip and the bank statement. If there's no loan that is existing on the bank statement, the member credit score during those morning hours maybe will be 100,000. When it goes to another Sacco or another financial institution, the same credit score will still be 100,000, yet during 8 a.m. he has done an inquiry with Nyongai Pomuli When it reaches impumelelo, still impumelelo will be seeing no loan in the bank statement, no loan in the pay slip. There's no deduction in the pay slip. Then they will be trying to calculate the credit score, and the credit score will still be 100,000. Yet the member has moved from one point to another point. So we found that now members are over indebted because of that kind of, I would say, the lack of systems that can talk to each other. But now, through what the credit reporting is talking about, fruit printing, it's not going to be possible now to. You will no longer, members will no longer rely on a pay slip, maybe to access loans. So that is why the credit reporting is not only targeting cooperators, it's also targeting the entire financial sector. Then the system, it comes with account origination, which is KYC AML. So far, I've seen the FSRA report. It's shallow because it's requesting for 10 top savers and top 10 borrowers and liquidity, some sort of. Then another one on statistics, on to say how many members have borrowed so much. But it's too shallow. But now, with the systems we have, the accounting origination, the AML, it comes with that AML module, which now is able to say, if we were to report for this quarter, let's say one member cooperators has to deposit 1 million today, and yet our quarterly report is due in July. It means if the member can withdraw the money before the next quarter report, we won't be able to report about that 1 million which has hit the Sacco account. It means now people will grow a lot of vegetables and come and clean that money through that particular Sacco. But with such systems, it's not possible because the system will detect that now there's an abnormal behavior of a 1 million deposit through the account module origination AML module. So for now, I will say the things that maybe recently the regulator is requesting from us cooperators is to make sure that our SACCOs are secured at the moment. Our SACCOs are able now to have true credit score for each members. Then we have CRM modules, and we have payment processes, we have card issuing processes. The same system, members is able to deliver debit cards, MasterCards. It's not a problem, it's a matter of having a SACCO that will be looking for MasterCards and debit cards. I'll continue. This is the current interface of Mambo. The interface is this dashboard. Currently, we are sitting with, I will say, with 13 active cooperatives and 3 inactive cooperatives. The statistics of active members, it's 24,000 from those 13 SACCOs. This one is for December last year, in November, these statistics that I'm showing. At the moment, we are controlling close to 1 billion, which is 800 million loans that have been issued through the system. And we have 800 million deposits that have been contributed by members. The stats has changed because 2 big SACCOs has joined us last year. So the numbers has increased within a short space of time. I'll continue, members, with the core modules that we have. We have these modules that I've already, on my presentation today, I've already highlighted. It comes with client management, which is the KYM, loans management, the savings management, and the communications management, and also the credit module. On this one, sometimes we face a challenge, cooperators, on the credit module, because it allows our credit committee members to appraise loans remotely. There's no need to come to the office. Yet we know that whenever I will say our leaders, the way we compensate our leaders is relying on to say you have traveled, you have come, we have seen you physically. If I phone you and you contribute, I don't think you will be compensated for that, but you have to come. So in that area, so far we are having some problems, cooperators, which I feel can be addressed. And members can decide on how we can manage that. It's changed, members. We have to accept that. That now we can now do disbursement on daily basis. There's no need to delay loan disbursements because now credit committee members can handle loans remotely. Let's try to accept the change, leaders. I think it will benefit the sector, the entire sector, if we try by all means to go digitally. And we have Sacco phone banking, we have source deduction modules. I'll touch about mobile money payments. With mobile money, I saw someone from MTN. You know that we are number one in terms of transacting. We are transacting over 1 million per day in terms of disbursement and collections. It's quite busy. When it's off, even if it's MTN's side, I don't sleep. Even Madam President will call me around 11 p.m. Something has happened on the system. Another chairperson this side will be calling me like, let's try to tell MTN to open now, which it's something which is mostly used. Saccos are now using the Sacco phone thing, which is more like if you're looking for 5,000, you don't need to come physically to your Sacco. You simply dial a code and the money will be dispersed instantly into your account. I'll also talk another benefit of the system. You can work from home. We have tried as a department. I know that we have policies that say from 8 to 5, but we have tried as a department to go digitally, whereby we don't try to locate ourselves in terms of physical appearance. So you can work from home now, cooperatives. With this system, I believe our leaders will craft policies which now will be able to support the work from home because we can save electricity. We can save even the office space. You don't need a lot of space now in terms of offices because you can work from home. To construct offices is expensive. It's nice, but it's expensive. You can invest that money so that members can get more dividends. So you can maybe lease out those offices as a rental. You don't need more space for your staff now going forward. And I think in the next 5 years, we're going to be having more institutions. I think in M10 we have 200 and something that are working from home at the moment. Yes, over 200 something staff members that are working from home. Some to see their boss, it's during COVID time. From COVID up to today, they haven't seen their bosses, but they are working. So even in Europe, I saw many institutions. Now in Europe, they have a strategy because most staff members, they want to come physical to the office. They have a strategy now to chase them from the office, to chase them away, to say, go home, you'll work from home. But they keep on coming. So now to come every day, it's a cost. You pay for the tea now to come to the office. You pay for the electricity bill for today if you physically come to the office. It means now things have changed. So through these systems, it's going to be possible. I would say, members, we have these digital platforms that you can also access. If you are even in South Africa, when I was in Europe, I was able to access my account. I was able to transact. I was able also to fuel my car through this platform. You can fuel the car, you can pay at Pick and Pay. You can do whatever. You can EFT your mother, you can do whatever. You can send money to your mother through this platform. So I'll also talk, there's one video, members, before I come to the end, that I'll request the technical team if they have done. It's a summary of this presentation. Then I'll take the question and answers. Then I'll invite the MC. ESASCCO is an apex or an umbrella body in Eswatini which is supporting cooperatives or SACCOs in the region. SACCOs are institutions of savings and credit cooperatives licensed by the government of Eswatini. And their primary goal is to promote savings and also to allow members to access finance through those loans with low interest rates.
ESASCCO saw the challenge that a lot of SACCOs still operate on pen and paper, and that it's very difficult to find digital solutions that are affordable and that are also attainable.
We take a cloud approach to have digital solutions. In terms of infrastructure, it's easy. In terms of efficiency, we don't need to invest on large servers and stuff like that.
Why ESASCCO took a cloud approach? I think there's a couple of reasons. So number one is definitely a cost factor. So having the infrastructure for a non-cloud approach is, especially for the SACCOs, extremely difficult. Even more important is definitely the security factor. In some of these SACCOs, if you have it on pen and paper or you have a server in the SACCO and then you have a flood or there's theft, there can be all sorts of security threats to the data, which then would essentially wipe out the savings of the members. ESASCCO did a proper due diligence, also consulted DGRV in this and presented 5 or 6 different options, and Mambu came out as the number one.
We chose Mambu because of stability and reliability, for security reasons, and that it's a SaaS service as well. I think that is the main reason, because we wanted to have an application that will promote the digitalization strategy that we have, and Mambu was, the right tool.
SASCCO needed to find a solution that is able to be customized for each and every SACCO individually. Mambu offers that, and that's definitely a main factor. And the other one is how easy it is to integrate Mambu with other solutions.
Thank you.
Siyabonga Kametse man Madlenye. Ngisheshe ngayithatha le microphone nangatosho ukuthi singambuti. So I would love to invite questions from the floor. Yes.
Ngiyabonga lo sesihlalweni. Ngifuna kubuta kuncane kakhulu. Sengivile Mambu amaketha solo ngikathe ukuthi utawuyisho weakness yakhe noma ngayincane kanganani sola kayisho. Usuke nje too good to be true. Ngiko nje ngifisa kuva ukuthi sekude la kusho ukuthi bake bayicracka lena kunjane yabo kwende kanjani. Lokunye ke lokungifuse kakhulu ngesikhathi sashala amafigures ngokuthi usibona sonke. Ngeva ngishaya livalo uthi ngeke ba delete ngalenye ilanga ngeliphutha. Angadi lokuthi batawuthini lapho. Ngicela kunika.
Siyabonga program director. Ngiyele ngicela ukubuta ngamambo ukuthi i-security yakhe. Kulama changes laba wendako ngale ba decide kwenda njani ngema notification. Kutaba ma emails or kutaba yini to us, because nathi funa sathi ukuthi on the other side bendani nge data yethu. Lokunye lama rights laba sineta wona, are they admin or just a user rights? Sitawukhona insini kusebenta kahle. Thank you.
Angibonge program director ngimandla Mdluli ngisaka saphumula. Angiphinze ngibonge ku Mr Gamet. I think yami i-question noma mhlambe i-comment ukuthi kukhona ukuthi system ibe capable kwenta tintfo. But ke ngifuna ukubuta kuGamet ukuthi do we have the capacity ukuthi maybe ngithi Mambu unayo ni capacity to service le lama SACCOs onke lawa. Newe ukuthi ngive Gamet enda i-example yokuthi kuyenteka angalali ebusuku ngeissue ka MTN. Ngifuna lokubuta ukuthi akusuyeni Gamet lokhanza ukuthi nase simfuna singasamtholi. bese thina sesiya-affecteka singinamasakho asakhona lokudeliver lokuthi does mambo have the right resources atokhona ukudeliver nasitokhona ukudeliver kulama members. Ngiyabonga Chair.
Thanks. I'll say thank delegates for the questions. I would like to say we will share, the responses will not only come from me, because most of the questions were saying ESASCCO, ESASCCO, ESASCCO. But where I'll just take the part which is more technical. On the administration part, I'll leave Mr. Mavuso, who is the chairperson of the technical committee, to assist on those questions. I think there are other technical committee members, because the questions are saying ESASCCO, ESASCCO. Then on the technical questions, the first question was about one weakness. Maybe I would say, even on the previous presentation, we saw one weakness about internet access and stuff like that. That is why we opted to start by implementing the USSD, which don't rely much on internet. So it means there is also a mitigation strategy where there is maybe I would say a disadvantage or a risk. So in terms of weaknesses. In terms of data security standards, there are security standards. This is a standardized system. Ayakhiwa amaxhoxa nje atihlalele angayi kuyo standardized. We have security assurance standards, which are quite expensive. If you were to develop and do it, there's one that I saw in one system that was deployed by ESA, I think it was around $500,000, which is almost, will stay for 9 months. So once we have developed systems, we have to standardize them. Another independent body, which is an international organization, it has to standardize that particular system or audit our systems. So in terms of security, we are okay. A second question about security, is it a security app? It's a banking app, it's a core banking app. That is why we're able to do savings and loans. We're able to see member profiles. We're able to integrate with other systems like the AML modules. We're able to do all those transactions through the system. In terms of rights and permissions, the permissions, they depend on the Sacco. The Sacco decides what they want to do. Our duty is to advise the Sacco accordingly to say, this is how you can configure those rights. In terms of capacity, I think Mr. Mavuso, I will allow Ngele to respond as a ESASCCO.
Thank you, Chair. Liqiniso bekunene ukuthi challenges akhona. It will be bad for us as a ESASCCO not to say what are the challenges. Staff capacity is one of the biggest challenges in implementing this. But don't chew more than you can, don't bite more than you can swallow. As part of the onboarding process, we realized we have got a shortage of capacity in terms of staff, and we're in a process with our partners, DGRV, to actually capacitate. At some point in time, we engaged some of the CEOs in a forum to explain to them this is the process that we're doing. We have a strategy specifically on the Mambo system. Strategy set that is meant to look forward, going forward, sendanjan. Nyalo lapas create awareness and telling you of the good things. We should be able to give you the service that you want. Which is why we're working collaboratively to say, let us build something that we have collectively, and that will make sure we achieve the objective that we want. So to be honest with you, there is a plan in place. We have acknowledged, we have identified, and we've included those problems in our plan of action. I think the office will be recruiting some of the team members that are going to beef up the team Yagamambo in terms of capacity. Thank you.
Angenibingelele ma cooperators. ngicela ukubuza Madlenya in terms of the accounting part kulama reports, because I think the emphasis it is a banking system, not an accounting system. Mina ngihlahla wasibanyana ngiswaka papa mani sisengakangeni ke kumambo but silungiselela kungena khona. So my fear is that sitawungena kumambo kukhanze ukuthi we also need the accounting system. So sesitawuba ne cost accounting system phinde sibe ne cost banking system, because you'll remember ukuthi every year end kufuna si auditwe. So we need to give our auditors your balance sheet, your trial balance, your accounts receivables, your accounts payable. In concern nje ngalama reports ukuthi uyakhona in mambu, I mean the system go run as a banking system as well as an accounting system. So that is the stuff vele sithi maybe lesigiyo sishiye. Noma kutawukosa ukuthi sichubeke la sikhona khona phindze sibambe namambo as a banking system. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. I have two questions. Okay, maybe uwecela usekuthenini, okay, if ngiyisakho I want to tap into the system, maybe ngisengibutele masakho my expectations lokufuna ukuthi awagade tapping into the system ukuthi bathenga in just the service ihambisana nema licenses, do they have to pay licenses annually noma kuba kanjani? And then my second question, ukuthi how flexible is this system in terms of accommodating future functionalities la masakho la ngawathi ngase ngibekise bunye bethu uyangena namuhla and then kunalama features la khona kule system, and then in the future bunye bethu so maybe some innovative idea lekayicabanga ukuthi maybe kule system kungaba na this kind of functionality, which means now ukuthi ngeke enhancement on the system. Kwendeka kanjani lapho? Do they now have to pay for that, or noma kune license le caterisha even future enhancements of the system? Ngiyabonga.
Angibonge lo sesihlalweni, bengicela kwenti follow up nje before aphendula Gamethi. Sibonga kumavuso ukuthi siphendvule. Man, I think we got the same statement last year. Mhlambe besingenta liphutha ukuthi besingaphuma la mhla singakatholi lama timelines. Lathi le strategy samambu so ku-addressa lama concerns ethu sitawu implementwa nini. Ngiyabonga lo sesihlalweni.
Carry on. Okay. Asibonge delegate for the questions. The first question, now I'll still maintain the technical questions, and Mr. Mavuso and other technical committee members will handle the ones that are saying ESASCCO. So, so my part is technical today. So accounting part, for example, the only difference from Mambo and accounting package, Mambo is using a ledger system, which is a journal, and other systems have cash book. That's the only difference now in terms of accounting. But when it comes to accounts payable and accounts receivable, the system can handle that. So it has a balance sheet, it has an income statement. You can report on monthly basis or quarterly basis. But what we have done as well, on top of the current accounting module, which is not, I would say, when it comes to asset register and coming to other accounting packages that they have, asset register. So we have integrated Mambo with Search and also with Dynamics. Why with Search and Dynamics? So that we can have those extra modules that comes with the other accounting packages. But when it comes to the basic accounting, balance sheet, income statement, chart of accounts, it's there. Then I'll continue, members, on what exactly are we selling to SACCOs? Are we selling a service, or we are selling in terms of licenses? There's an annual license. Members are paying a subscription. They are not necessarily, I would say, paying for the developments and implementation. but they are paying a subscription for sustainability. The fact that it's here with SACCOs, the way, if you can look at the cost, there's no any core banking system that you can pay less than 20,000. It's impossible. But it's possible for SACCOs, depending on their size, because we are charging the subscription based on membership. So that any size, any SACCO with any size can afford it. So it's not practically possible to have a solution with the USSD, with the app, with integrated with mobile money, now integrated with Standard Bank, and also now implementing the credit module, footprinting and all those kind of modules, which can be bought at 20,000. That's impossible. Why it's cheap with us? It's cheap because we are now a group. So now the one who has 5,000 members and the one with 800 members, they can afford because we are it's cooperation among cooperatives. I think on this system we are practicing that. So, and that's the response I can give. In terms of flexibility, obviously it's a flexible tool. The way that we are able to integrate with any application, it's a flexible tool. We can accommodate any future changes in the next 10 years. Then we review our application. So the other question, Mr. Mavuso, is a follow-up in terms of capacity. What I will highlight, members, when it comes to capacity, it's not only on the side of ESASCCO. We have seen that as we are implementing the system. At the same time, we have to also check on our side, because you'll find that when we ask you what is this account, you find that you don't get answers most of the time. Let's try also to capacitate the team that we have in the office as well. Because the team was at this low, so nangabe awugaga bayisekhosini in the past 3 years, don't expect them to be relevant. Make sure ukuthi kukhona lokwendako with loku staff development as cooperators, so that nabo babe at par with kwendekane. So I'll leave Mr. Mavuso on the follow-up. In terms of timelines, I'll remind you the question.
Thank you, Kameta. I think in terms of timelines, Malunga, our strategy, the Mambo strategy, started in last year. It targeted to by 2026, we'll have achieved all the things that we have put into the strategy. Part of the items, deliverables or initiatives in the strategy is the capacitation. We just recently finalized a budget. The budget ngiyo lele sifuna ukuthi sisebenzele tukwayo leta ufaka part of the capacitation, which is why some of the deliverables bekasolwanga kabi effectively implemented. We have 2 staff members last joinile to assist on that regard. We are anticipating ukuthi by the end of this quarter, we will have then addressed Leo capacitation problem to address Lama requirements from a membership yet. Liqiniso ke malunga ukuthi kumcoka ukuthi where there is a pain point asikhulume isashisa lelithumba lingaze libese liyonakala, so that we can quickly address those challenges. The reason why we are here is to service a membership yet. If value that we are putting to you is determined by us delivering on these issues. Siyabonga malunga. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Siyabonga Kameta. A round of applause once again. Thank you. Oh, there's another hand. As we conclude, I would love to make my surprise to be around, ready, before we go for lunch. Thank you, can continue.
Siyabonga malunga. Ngifuna nje kwengeta kulokula saku ushito Mavuso lokwakuthi lokunye lesikwendile ngicabanga sibomene nje babona lesikele sahlangana nabo to say our hands are open as an ICT department ka ESASCCO. Siyacela kusebenzisana nalabo IT benu. I think nje kunalokho shoda lesavumelana ngako lapho lokuthi vele salo labo chairperson leli board lisivumela sitawubona ukuthi sitabosebenzisana kanjani. Why? Because utawukhanza ukuthi ukhona IT kule inhlangano lokucishane lwado linconywana kule nangweni. So nasebahlangene sebayi group, it will be easy for them to share ideas. Bangla masakhos uthi athi thina sifuna nako singakwenda kanjani sebayakhona kuhlangana sekubalula. Lokunye lesifuna kwenda is to say nangabe ukhona IT mhlambe wakaphaphamani kunenhlangano ledvutana ila try cash instead ube kusuka Gametse from Babane to try cash. Those that are close by can assist each other kuleto tinkinga leto. So I think that's another thing lesiyendile that is part of the strategy to say let us work together as ICT department ICT sing ESASCCO together with your IT people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I had a surprise for you, for the commodity group, so that as we go for lunch, we are relaxed and we enjoy ourselves. They'll just take a few minutes before we then go for lunch. Thank you. I would love to call them to the front.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2.
1, 2. Sorry, as I was saying, sorry. Okay, sorry. Katata. Hey! Sewahlala eTulu wena. Yebo ndoda.
Awuyithi vuye kuseni ukuthi udala.
Ufika kimi uboleke isudwa kangitsheli ukuthi uhlala eTulu la. Yena bakithi.
Hlala kahle ke ungagoqa inyawo naye igugu emehlweni ethu siyibuka. Hlala kahle nje.
Gogo Katata sanibonani? Hawu njengoba niyavuselwa sekujani?
Hawu silwane kunebelungu.
Ngakwenda awolo. Wololo.
Yena ke ngingene.
Akhululeka bashiye kimi.
Cala ngabo ke silwane vusela bona. Bashiye kuwe njani?
Phela yabothi ngibaphi la akusije belungu nje. Yabothi ngibaphi lapha.
Laba sona ngina labasichasa ngato tonke izinto evele.
Hanaka.
Bulaba phinze bakhe nathi indoda ekuze hey kha lapha.
Phela ngoba bithiwe baletfa la. Batokhutwa. Khutwa bona thiwa yini?
Bavuseleke silwane bavusele.
Angithi phela kusizosigisi kulapha. Ngilela le kubo Jetli yabo. Sekungaba kusama nje. Chwa haya. Chi. Chwa huma. Chi. Ngeke uve kuvamine nabo ngeke uve. Ngeke nje uzove uthinthe.
Kana wabo download sicathulo. Nyase nimbhacatha abantu abamnimshaye ngala.
Abeba nekuthi DJ yani. Abluza nje. Awu siyabonga lambili gogo kuhleti ke. Fasiwe nje lambili impela.
Oshayilo kumphamphaka esilwane lapha.
Ngoba ngeke boshayilo kulala akusiboshayilo.
Boshayilo la. Laba sona boshayilo kuphela nabasemthethweni. Laba ngalaba ngathathi ID bayathi ukuthi kufuneka icopy.
Yego.
Boshayilo bonke laba.
Lana kubitwe lokuyinhlangano nje. Yekonga nekubolekisa.
Bamcoka ngalokonga lokubolekisa uyeva ukuthi kuyafakwa nje.
Phela ngoba kugcina ngako vele bathi lenhlangano le yekonga nekubolekisa.
Ngoba umfana angabadayisi esilwane emafethu uyamemeta athi emafethu manje ududa nathi ke ne-ice so nganatha nje.
Lokubolekisa ke ngeke
lokubolekisa sekuye yami ingcikithi la kulokonga.
Siyakwathi konke lokho.
Ngilokonga ingcikithi la.
Hitachi oh.
Liviwa bobabeke lelwimi lelo.
Siyabonga commissioner la uhlethi khona. Siyabonga kakhulu commissioner ukuthi ube khona. Commissioner ke gogo sike sasebenza kanye sisese
silwane
manike man ufuna ukukhumbula
silwane
nakusekubaleka man
silwane animathi phela nine lo sengabhadalwa la sodlala ubiye nganeno.
Okay, yes. Angisho lutho commissioner, angisho lutho.
Sitalo sifaka invoice ekuthiwa aseniye kulabangani beni benihleka nabo lesibayeni. Bangalo bangaso ucala ngamuphi.
But lana kunabantu ababona ukuthi balahlekile man.
Lokubuka ndzawonye.
Lokutela kade noma yaqala kade edolobheni noma konke but uyabo Sidomfu lo nabo sebenze office le office semakhaya akajwayeli la. Why ningakhululeki? Lo munye ubukela licinga shutha ngalo lo mfana usuka kuphi le live na? Kule ncingo mbamba la lethulela tibekiwe. Umile uzuthinwe esandla ubambela imvelo ibambile. Ufela in.
Silwane bayekele bashuthe man.
Kuyafitsitela kukrekile ku storage full but ubambile.
Silwane ngobayekele bashuthe.
Ngani gogo?
Babe kubeka ushuthe ungalifihli babe. Kubeka ushuthe babe.
Hawu baba uphethe icingo. Hayi wena. Manje le camera iliso lencane ngathi liso lenyoni. Yathi wasibabe nganacingo nali.
Yekela baba shuthe Silwane man.
Shuthe wena baba namhla sithole kahle shutha.
Yekela shuthe.
Yawusithole bakulethele. Uthi uyothi khohlwa naku amadvodza asibili gogo indvodza afuna ibe nesithundi. Indvodza ke indvodza emadvodzeni le.
Silwane.
Hayi gogo indvodza ke le.
Silwane la.
Usho umntwana ofana ucele la ucala ubuke lo kuhamba njani.
Silwane phela ubodlala ubuke ungadlwali ngetinyanga. Ngewusuku elinyanga nje.
Okay. Babe lothu inyanga nangu. Mina ngengilolomela longasho ukuthi uyinyanga.
Okay babe angisho ukuthi uyinyanga.
Phela uthi wena babe inyanga
ngiyalungisa.
Babe ngicela nithambama nasofika endumbeni lo umkhumbuli.
Babe angisho ukuthi uyinyanga.
Ushito bokosi yami.
Silwane ngiyalungisa phela babe awusinyanga wena ungamani ube ngudokotela wesintu.
Babe ngila uyangibona nanguya. Give ubhekisele.
Okay Silwane asiphume nje la ngobe kuyasinika inkinga lokho.
Nalokuthi sitasukezela abantu baka finance la sithola inkinga yabona.
Ayibona ke lento leyo kuthiwa akekho nesignature.
Bantu lo ngadlala nabo ngilaba sembili. Bekho ka finance baphethe nje.
Labo ngilala bayihamba nesignature ke Silwane lapho.
Yebo venza ama signature nentiwa yini nini lo uthi nihambe nesignature.
Kuma awumangala ukuthi indzaba yakho esilwane nagogo siyilungisile sekume nje signature emphatha akekho. Anwashinga lama signature hlehle.
Usayine nje kuthena masheka uhambeke. Kutosala kuqhubeka kusetshentwa. Signature.
Esilwane uyathi lenza be signature ngikhumbula licard le ATM. So yile bakuboleka imali bayifaka yangena licingo lakubila uthe ikhona. Uye ku ATM. Nawe ku ATM ka uhambi wedwa uhamba nebangani bakho lobatshelile ukuthi ingenile. Ufike ku ATM ukhiphe ikhadi ulifake. Qale nangomsindo lothi
gogo man ungajanga ngifuna hamba nawe. Phela mafika ku ATM shutha uyijwayeli. Awufika ufake ikhadi ku ATM. No. Cala ke kulisula.
Nenda kanjalo nesilwane ngoba vele angithi ngena kanye.
Phela wena uthi litokhumbula yathi kubhlungu ukuthi wena litokhumbula iphini lona. Sengikhane ukuthi ke ngivele sawuthi ngijwayele level engikhuluma ngayo. Ngase senguvusha iphini ngivuthi pu kwaba ngi5 ediba ngi4. Abathe bayijwayele.
Setingenile ke silwane ting4 noma ting5. Kunana kwemsindo lo ngikuthanza kunako konke ATM. Lokwa kusho ukuthi tinto takho lebedlwe sikhonya netiyabuya.
Lapho umile gogo umele
ukuthi awukodwa ngosi bekungaba kuhle yini.
Uphela ke lo msindo ukuthi
uthi ke nyalo msindo ugadze ukuthi kuqale kukhafule lekhadi kuqala lingaphumi. Ukwazi ukuthi ka uveka la ngaphasi uthi ke nya ubone lokomshina ukuthi bhanya kuqala endzaba letinsha ukuthi kungangena lenye le customer.
Awusati ke lapho lokuthi
ngalesikhathi kwenda njalo uqala lokwehla kuhlola lokuthi hayibo kambe usuke uthi ku security lo laceleni ngesishem ebabe phoyisa ngathi kuyangigwinya.
Engeke ukuthi kumite ke lekhadi ke ATM lokuthi Nase ukumitila ufuna umba utsinze lo mshini. Because uva ngasothi awutsinza letako tinfo la. So athi ungawuvikela nje lo mshini lo ungasasebenzi. Ngiyangigwinya ke mina eNetbank. Espeak manje Netbank asespeak ATM yakhona ilamnyango kaKentucky. So ngiyawufaka lapha ke kwenteka yonke lemigilingwana kubuya ilutho ke. Ngibathe hayibo. Ngicina ke sengena kaKentucky ngekhathi ngiyobuta ukuthi nceseni. Lo mshini lo la ngaphandle so ngigwinyile. Ngikhanza kuduma lo mshini kuya ice cream la ngekhathi. Lo mshini lo uhlangana njani nalo? Because basogwinyekile uyasangana. Ayabo.
Ungabasadlo ngikokuphi?
Cameraman. Hawu kusho akusebenza uladlebeni uyabona kala leli lutho. Lokusasive. Lokusasive nje hayi. Uyathusa. Uyathusa. Uyathusa cameraman.
Esilwane.
Uyathusa bani.
Awungeke le manje.
Nathi nhlangano koko ending ngifuna indzaba yekuboleka.
Bayabolekana kakhulu lapha silwane.
Shembeti problem. Once maphepha akaconza bakunika imali.
Ngaye babane bakunike nje.
Ngophela ngitsite emaphepha.
Noma ngaqonza lamaphepha silwane. Laba bamani bakunika imali.
Shothi wena award ukuthi sikuphila.
Awukakwayo uboleka inkinga yakho. Buta la.
Ngiboleka kaningi mina.
Esilwane la uthi sofake onke lamaphepha.
Kungena imali ke.
Ngeke ingene. Bona laba bahambe bayobuka lelo holo lakho.
Kaphela vele uthi lo mthetho ngeke uhlahle emehlo lapho uthi uboleka 1 million kanti uhola 5,000 wena.
Uthi ke umbutho njoba lokho ngento angithe kuyoboleka la ngilose lo holo vela lineli. So uyapi kulelo holo lelingeneli. Yokuletha mina la ngilose lelo holo vele.
Phela kuzuboleke vele kufuneka lelo holo lakho kutobala kahle awubona yini.
Ebephebe lenela lelo holo ngangiti. Lo lokuletha mina la ngilose lo holo liyashoda vele. Siyoshola lona shothi vele ngeke
utawunika kepha seyitawushoda kulalo boyifisa awunikwa ngesifiso lapha.
Okay
uqualifyela malini.
Ngifuna ukuthi sikwende ngoba bahlangene la. Ngafuna ukuthi ngike kalibane ngifike uphe 10,000.
Lo imvolo ngake ngayenta mina 10 emncane nyusa. Phela angithi yalothi uboleka nje ngeke baphize bakuboleka lesigeme yabo lofuna kusenda. Thatha 50. Uthi 50,000. Phela khumbula lapho una 29 days bangakufonela. Utitika kule mali leyo. Uyahamba lo 29 days usafuna ke
lo munye
uthi cha nangu sinathi. Uthathe 30 uyofaka kalibani. Uyabona? Local bani uyabona?
Ukuthi manathulele.
Manathula tinyangana ngisafuna phumula.
Nasaqala sinathi kwenda ungathi uyasukuma ngenye.
Kunye bethu ngithatha 10 ngika 35 ngika libane 5. Yebo.
Awumangani ke silwane ukuthi lo mhlangano lo waloko. Waloko.
Hayibo.
Kutothi hey siyaphela kulabo silwane. Awusho ukweleta kanganani wena? Awukho wena la usemsebenzini seoffice kukhulunywa ngawe la uthi hayi kimi uthethe 50. Kimi uthethe 25 uthi anomiyekele. Kule nyanga uthi yabo uthi iyangena nje bayisule yonke. Silwane sike sathi shwi sayesentini.
Oh yes, sibiye sentini. Tandla bethi njani lapho?
Hayi khuleka umona siwe ngawo banemona ngebachaye vele tandla ngeke.
Umona lo nje ngimona.
Bese uyathi ukuthi yini lenta ukuthi bathule. Lengekhathi nangithi mina bese sesentini. Uyatibuta la uthi sentini. Yonke mfulu omnyama.
Mfulu omnyama wamtshela indvo uphinza lendvo. Nawu nje wena athi ngithenga imoto wathi imoto. Yini lelikhona isibongela.
Yebo bese sesentini.
Ye wena uvile nje ushadile sibani? Umshado. Bese sesentini. No. Yebo besentini. Besikhona ke sentini. Yathi ukuthi asifike sentini lapha kunema celebrity ke le siyawakhanza nathi lo ukuthi siye phela short isikhona ngalawo. Khaza ama celebrity lamaningi ngoba akusho no celebrity awuyiboni lenye. Kunalabantu lawa nawo lo ba celebrate ako. So mangisemile lapha gogo uthathe shelele. Chamuka lele tikhumalo. Cathi siyamadlela letikhumalo. Okay janine Yemaswati Sarafina ne. Sengikhohle ukukhuluma nani. Sarafina. Ngoba nine anikhathali. Yena ngakuxoxela ngethi Queen usangane. Funa ngize ngithi Karabo kungikhani ke legcondve buya uthi wo. Labo khona ifeke silayisebenzele ntvo leyo. Wa actor thina songulo mvuloyo. Commissioner nje lesibonga emagama athi kusebenzisa thina. Commissioner ngci. Qhamuka leti khumalo kuyaqhamuka. Nginike tandla mina. Kanti nayo uyangibona. Angathi noma nihlekisa jabula noma ngimona. Yesilwane ngiyasangana lapho ne. But anginenzaba nani. Uyangibona nami ngiyambona. Sesiyabonana. So I see her see me. Ngivule tandla ngithi asonzele kimi. Naka ngihaga nangogo. So
Okay, Silwane, okay. Leyo bengafuni siyixoxe.
Ngihlazile phela.
Okay, mani.
Angimi.
Phela vumela mina ngixoxe nawe.
Funa kungivala. Hlazo lo lento le.
Okay, asengixoxe nendaba naSilwane. Una unemngani. Uyati kokuthi nani sebantwini nakade okuhlaza kunento rato ekhuluma and wena uyiva bangayivala labanye ukusabona kenyana.
Ufuna kugila
tawugila tigabani.
Niba nesignature
kumvimba ke.
Niba nesignature yenje. Makazi umntazi soyathi ucala ngicala into kusana soboneni ke manje. So la ngisahagele lethi chamgogo ase gogo babe. Sineke sathi babe kulomunye. Sekukhwela kubonile kufanele ngikubone. Nakathi babe ngithi Kosi ngiyathi ufuna kugila tika angitati tiyini. Yabona. Ngithi lelethi phela inhloko isemva kimi ngimhageli. Sibonana nagogo la songithu ngithi mina no. Athi babe ngithi no. Ngitetelele lethi. So lelethi sobona sikhona mfole ngiyibona emva kwakhe. Nakagucuka. Halloween. Bidane. Yahla seka. Ngithule lekhathi enhlitweni ngithi awafanda. Ha babe hlindlela ehleka ilungise. Kulungi. Ngeke lehleko lolu last ngalo lelo. Ngeke fixe nzawo. Ngeke. Ngabe commissioner kule tinhlangano tekonga nekubolekisa usele njani MTN?
Labaningi labamkweleta MTN kakhulu.
Hey, uyakoleteka MTN bo enakaphatha nalaba bayakoleta. Uva masothi ufuna umfakela imali umvu ema documents akakhiya athi ayingafake kuleyo ndanika inombolo.
Funa banjiswe MTN commissioner uyakoleteka kakhulu.
Awusafake kule ngwacala kule khona ndakunika yona mina. Itawuvela ithi make sibokile. Fake lapho. Nakabhadalwa ngani? Baje lapha sitokhuluma ngale digital ngaloni holo kwe
Singisi ngisithandza lapho ke.
No
lapho
ngisuke ngaba fast.
Phinza futhi ubuyele.
Ngisuke ngaba fast.
Sitokhuluma
la kuningi.
Lokufaka
ikhathi. Yebo phela ngifuna lokuthi
uyela lapho
build up.
Okay.
So njoba sihlangene namuhla la ingcekethi kutokhuluma ngale ngebuchwephesha lokwe digital. Thula phela gogo ngithi lo le digitize
Silwane kulula lento. Yela buka mina emlonyeni. Digitalization. Kuhlanganiseke.
Digestion ke ha. Leli gama lela ne-compliance. Yes, iligama niyalathi naliya. Sitokhuluma ngeligama eceleni kwababe ne-compliance. Lo ukuthi gogo bantu basahambe emgomeni yini.
Lokumcoka Silwane ngilobo. But lana lokushodako ngilama client alabo.
Because you're not lana ngiyaniva niyayibeka but kube sekutela ama clients. Lala thatha le mali. Seka umva vete tinkela kadibana nato kalibani. Hayi kalibani. Hawu seyithi yangoneka lenkulumo yami manje kusiyami. most nonke nifamile ngale kuthiwa ngisiri. Okay, niba ama iPhone kakhulu. Niyamathi Siri. Uthi ukhuluma na Siri.
Ngifuna ukuthi kuchaze.
Ngeke understand angachazi. Bayeva laba ama iPhone nje. Kunenvo kuba la cingweni. Kwathi yonke info. Yonke info noma ngathi ukubutani kuyadi le yanvo leya.
Yesibani lokwenta ukuthi lento le yakwadi ngokuthi kwebelungu vele.
Akusiko belungu kungumlungu.
Lento le nakungake kuthiwe kune kwala Eswatini. Kube nekweswati nje siri abeliswati. Akuthola
ngeke bese bengisiri lapho ngaje abavele ngisindi.
Ungathi thola impendulo.
Just Siri. What is Lubani?
Impendulo ongayithola
Lubani is a saving cooperative. They had offices at Esibayeni where both kuyadi lento. But nanga kube liswati lento le.
Wena na ukhafata nje. Sindi. Yini Lubani?
Suka kule nto leyo. Lubani luyingoti ngoba Lubani lukuvutha umile. Bantu baloye kakhulu imindeni sekude boba bekude bomake ngalo Lubani. Khwesha kuLubani. Hawu.
Kukodwa uthi ngathi sewendeni sebakudingela ngelubani.
Akulungu nje sibe na hawu channel S. Channel Yemaswati nayo yonke yabolekisa bengakwadi ke lokho. Lokho kusha ke kimi ke nako. Enibolekisa Sonkhe S'khatsi nakuye.
Channel S.
Yes. Yonke yabolekisa.
Hayi sona ngento akube sicophwa ngibola nanguya babe nanguya.
Oh, channel Eswatini siyabonga. Acele bakucashile. Oh Nkosi, oh Nkosi, oh Nkosi.
Awuyeheni.
Hey, akufuni vate ebhola nyalo. Mas post presenter afana onke yabo nje la kumorele king la ngelo phuma.
Uyafanana nale sutu babe.
Hayi bo gogo kahle akushiwo njalo.
Ngithi imfanele.
Siwo njalo athi yafanana.
Imfanele lesutu.
But siyabonga kakhulu le panel lengale imcuka kangakanani ngingaze ngidlale ngayo kani. Inemandla nayo lesime ngale nje.
Imcoka sibani imcoka lo siqalwe ngemfundisi nje imcoka.
Uphi umfundisi?
Ekuqaleni baba inceke.
Hayi man gogo mandla ngabafundisi. Ngawume nje awume.
Yesilwane babe ngumfundisi.
Hayi bo. Awu. Umphathi wakho la ngidriver loyi. Siyabonga kakhulu gogo lesilwane.
Okay silwane lokungashayita nje babe awuvani nathi.
Tibuhlungu.
Mhla 3 May sine one man show eHappy Valley Hotel sicela kun invite nonke. Sistabe si record a one man show our type of one man show.
Make uja ukuthi amen kuyabhadalwa nemathikithi le.
Akufohlwa le akusiko kasomhlolo le.
Yeah. So ngamathikithi Ocean Basket uye le ema general 100 rand. Ma VIPs 108.
Siyasicela kun invite we'll be performing clean jokes that are consumable in all ages. Ngashaya ke singisini sengifaka nabo babe lomncane phela.
Manje siyabonga kakhulu ESASCCO for having us. Nibochubeka nikwende lokhu nalokuthi nje abantu bete kanye kanye kungaba sekubonakala lo imoto nalote bete bonke ngebhasi. That's very good. Siyakubonga. Sibonga ukuthi babe bamsupport babe namshayeli webhasi ekugcineni. Babe siyabonga kakhulu. Ngeke kube nasisu leso bese babethe ibhasi wena. Ngeke. Ngeke kwenzeke.
Ngabe uthi amabhasi uyanokheka hamba ufune yonke ibhasi ebhare classic. Yakho.
Nyalo. Okay. Buya bot. Thank you so much. But this is surprise act. Nathi sinishare ne surprise lencane because that's 3 minutes. No 3 minutes is surprise. Siyan surprise. The one and only poet most loved award meant to what winning. Lendole, yes.
Ukhona la.
Ukhona la.
So ucedzile mos.
Uke wasebenza lama ema-co-ops lamaningi waperforma kwaba kuhle kwaba nje ya labo labangake bambhuka you are missing out. Now onke ama-co-ops angake asibhuka. Commissioner siyanokheka la. Siyanokheka. Bende ama-events lawa bangasibidi thina. And we don't like that. I want to address this to you guys. It is not fun.
Kubhebhetela letinto njengabo cyber crime make lokungabhukeki. Because phela inombolo tethu ikhona online. Atithathwe sishayelwe si invite kulama event awo onke lama.
Kute nje i-co-op lenelungelo kusukela nyalo kuyembili kwenta umcimbi singekho.
Kungumthetho lomusha.
Ungatimangalisi babi. Sichaza lokho nje.
Kusuka nyalo kuya
ene nyalo seva nje ukuthi kunemsebenzi wani noma ngiphi co-op
siyangena siyaperforma sifake invoice.
Singafa ngini phela. Hawu. Khosi yathi uthi nesibiti niyakhohlwa ngithi. Sitatifike la ke nyalo.
Sinathi.
Next week sinathi akube khona lokwendekako.
Siyeda
le office performa le office nanithi umcimbi. Hawu. Sifela ini kanti thina. Sicela shayitani siyabonga kakhulu. Cha sine surprise etawungena mase siphakelile sesidla sonke. Yabona. My God, Marcus.
Ya cishana isangena surprise tawungena sekudliwa.
Yeah.
Cishana nayenta lokwabovungu. Ayichithwa.
Sikuphi lenkinga? Bamfundisi sekuright baba. Ngeke nkosi. Ngicela phasa kancane baba. Senganikeli. Yeah, akusuyi surprise wena ngeke ube surprise bese uba kanjena nkosi yami.
Over to you baba.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Don't you say the DJ? So, remember, I am an African giant, an American version that sees beyond the world's expectations. I am a son of the Most High. Yes, I mean God. Not even once, maybe twice, you may say 3 times, the 4th I was his. Covered in his own blood, the 5th time I kept on being consistent. Remember the 6th day. I was the morning and the evening since I was already existing on planet Earth. When he rested, I rested along with him as soon as things became so difficult. I feared nothing, but instead, I prayed about everything. That is why I am here. Bantu bami, lento zayihlupa ngoba umhlaba ke wona so usemahlombamu. Mine angisoli kuphela bangekho kokho kepha sengikhalela abanakethu laba labatawukhula bathi ukuthi kuhle kukhula ungenaye babe. Baphinze nabo bende njalo kubantu babo. Sengiyibukela ngemehleli kusasa nabo sebabalekela kondla babo bantwana. Umfana seluna. La ngephandle ngiva umsindo bamfana labangabadi bobabe babo. Labanye babathi sekuhlupha inhlitiyo lezi ngeke lona wangishiya ngisesemncane. Bayakhala kuYehova. Bathi kambe sifela kwabaduna insesithubene kondla. Wakhala unina. Wathi lo mfana longathi khulisela emandla bengenawo nawo futhi bese kasusiwe kulwami umtimba. Le nkhondo lena ivuse manceba kulabanini. Kunjalo ayikaconsi kubalisa. Madoda sukumani nondle. Benu labantwana. Kona vele ukhuliswe ngubani lo? Unekufuna kufuta ngephandle kwalakhaya umshana wami fakaza malime wakhe uthi konke siqala ngaye lamabaleni lomfana. Lo mfana bekukhunywa ngaye la ukhuliswa lo malime wakhe amlala sinoma kanjani kuyane ukuthi imizwa yakhe igijima kanganani ngalelo langa. Lingashona lilanga. Nguye siyatendela ituka lomfana. Lo sowalahlekelwa ngima naba enzebenta akhe emlomo. Ngoba leskwati kuthina la Africa kukhuluma kabi ke abantu lesingathi ukuthi bakhule kanjani bakhuliswa ngibani futhi. Laba bathu letinto ngekhasi kwabo lethi ngashiya labanenge ejele ngicimisiwe. Sengivala mina abantu bami ngiphena igama lalomfana kamakhelwane lobone kukuhle ukuthi athathe insamba atibulale kusa kwayitolo. Uyise nenina bayesaba khuluma ngayo lenzaba. Bathi tositaphi kulungiselela umgcwabo wemumfu losongekho emhlabeni. Bengakhuluma ngalo lo mfana kusho unina sekanemalanga angafaki lutho lokho ngasethunjini. Batali khulumisani bantu benu. Lempilo seyidinga liphimbo lelinesimo nelithemba nendududo ekhathi kaAfrika wongana. Ngoba sonke sithele kamadima abantu babake. Mina ngisengasho ukuthi ngomazi lo bhalile. Thank you.
I am the surprise once again. Siyabonga kakhulu ku Nasilwane. At this juncture, sitawucela ukuthi manje siye elunchini. Siyabuya nga2:30. Ngawucela ukuthi President ne ivakashi ka President jinge lishone ngala nelibandla liphindze lishone nangalapha njengoba sendile nakucala. Ngawucela ukuthi sithandazele sesiyabonga uNkulunkulu nakudla sekuphakele sesitawudla sizatawudla simakade sibheka ukuthi umtimba wethu egameni likaJesu Kristu ukusana labolile lokudla kwethu egameni likaJesu Kristu amen. +2 malo
Yawenzelela gogo.
One, two, one, two, one, two. Lamahle sibonga kakhulu ukuhlanganyela kanye nathi emsakatweni wechannel Yemaswati bekungoyeke umhlangano noma ke umbuthano lolungiswe ngibo ke baka ESASCCO lekunyoke inhlangano le engamele tona ke inhlangano dekonga nekwebolekisa lokusho ukuthi ke lebe bakade bahlangene la ke kuMatsapha Esibayeni loje ngiwo ke emasakho badibita ngekuthi bangemasakho lamasakho ke lesikhuluma ngawo malangeni lamahle ngulede inhlangano nje letahlukahlukene leti buke tona ke tindzaba dekonga nekwebolekiswa kanti ke banganyelwe ngibo baka ESASCCO lebe bakade bakhona lana ke kuleti inhlangano bakhona bakasaphumula bakabunye bethu bakasinathi sibonelo phaphamani kubalwa nje labambalwa ngaleka lokho malangeni lamahle thine ke i-live broadcast yethu sesivele ke sesiyayishaya siyibeka khona lapho ke kulelanga lanamuhla phinza sinikhumbude ukuthi ke nakusasa sisitobe silana ke same time ngayo ke insimbi emfica phinza sinikhumbude ukuthi nalabo ke labafuna spendele wona ke ma live broadcast bangachumana nawo ke umsakato ngale kwaloko thine sitawuvele sikuthathe sikubeke khona lapho kwanamuhla kanike kulesikhathi samanje emva kwami kutawutadona ke tindzaba leti tobe tifundwa nguye ke Ncedile wakamamba mina enonhlanhla wakathwala nelibandla lonke lesihlangene nalo khona la Esibayeni Logic Matsapha sesivele sesinifisela kubukela lokuhle nasetinhlelweni letawulandzela siyabonga.